never miss a moment.
Actual consumer spending, actual behavior, very solid. To the end of April data that we reported, we don't see that changing.
They can pass any laws they want. What we have to figure out is what will be the impact of these policy changes.
I think in the future, crypto technology will power trading and all sorts of financial services, including trading in stocks and other TradFi assets.
This is the home of free electricity, so your home can be the home of more flavor, more love. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan serves up your 2 high shoe stays free every week automatically. Then tops it off with $200 in bill credits for even more savings. Put it together and, well, you've got a recipe you can really sink your teeth into. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant. That's power. Your way.
So which would you recommend?
Do you like brown?
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
Empire Today.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water and changed the game forever.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gator.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. As Republicans work to pass President Trump's mega bill in the House, our next guest has spoken out against it, calling it a, quote, nightmare for working families. Joining us right now is Democratic Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, in the House at the table. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
This thing seems like a fait accompli. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is speaking. We'll see how long he can keep that going. But when he stops, it sounds like this is going to happen. You have been very critical of it. In some ways, by the way, you're in the same camp with Elon Musk about parts of this.
Yes, I am, because I think in many ways this bill makes this country less safe, it makes this country less healthy, and frankly, it makes this country more debt-ridden. And I have real problems with that, because I think that's going to fall on the shoulders of all of our states to be able to support the people in our individual constituencies. I mean, we're around our state all the time, and I'm out there talking with folks in the Eastern Shore. We've made the largest investments in rural health care in Maryland, arguably in 2 generations that the state has made. But now, those are the same folks that are now about to lose $250 million in rural health care. Right. That, I'm speaking with folks, at the Manna Food Center in Gaithersburg. And what we're about to see with SNAP, this is going to be the largest cut to food assistance that we have seen in our nation's history. And that is going to hit the over 360 food centers, food distribution centers that we have in our state. So we're gonna receive the brunt of this.
Do you believe the CBO estimates in terms of what this is going to cost? The reason I ask this is I would have thought, we've talked about this, that the debt market, if it really believed, I mean, if investors really believed this was going to be a demonstrable problem, you would have seen treasuries move in different ways, the dollar would have moved in different ways. And for whatever reason, despite all the people that seem to be frustrated about the addition of the debt, the bond market hasn't moved. You, by the way, you used to work at Citigroup.
That's right.
You know
we study the 10-year yield and what that means for our economy.
What do you think of that?
It's complicated, because I think one thing it's not picking up on is who this is going to directly impact. And I think about this in context of what we've done in the state of Maryland, right? Where in the state of Maryland, we've shown that there is an alternative, where in our state, we went and actually reformed the tax code for our state, where I said it did not make sense to me that someone who was making $30 million a year was paying the same in taxes as a family that was making $300,000. So we actually did a reform of the tax code. We gave the middle class a tax cut, where 94% of Marylanders got a tax cut. And I asked those who had much more to invest a little bit more to be able to sustain our economic growth. And if you look at what's happening in the state of Maryland right now, we have gone from 43rd in the country in unemployment to now having amongst the lowest unemployment rates in the entire country. We have raised the minimum wage and actually stopped disincentivizing work. We've increased housing inventory and helped to speed up the process and go faster so we can actually create more pathways to wealth. And it's actually working. Where Maryland's population is growing, Baltimore's population is growing for the first time in a decade. And so I just believe that sometimes the bond market is not catching up, because they have the ear of the investor, but not understanding what's happening to the middle class and the working class families who this is going to impact.
The unemployment rate in your state is 3.2%. I think that's below the national average. I'm just wondering, as governor of Maryland, what do you do then to offset the cuts that will come to SNAP benefits, the cuts that will come to Medicaid?
I mean, it's tough because Maryland doesn't, and there is no state that does have the coffers to be able to make up for this. You know, what we're fundamentally saying is there has always been a historical relationship between the federal government and our states in the way that we are protecting the people. And frankly, one thing I've seen for the first 6 months is, you know, of the Trump administration, the Trump-Vance administration, is that the relationship between our federal government and our states has been severed. The communication, oftentimes, between the federal government and our states has been severed. What we are now seeing with this bill is that the relationship between the federal government and its people has actually been severed as well.
So a lot of the messaging from the administration about this bill is, look, if you are not taxing tips, for example, and things like that, that's going to create growth and it's going to help the bottom, right? So but that's the message you hear.
Yeah.
On one end, the message I'm hearing from you is that whatever's happening over there is not going to make up for the SNAP issue over here.
And also, I mean, listen, there are some aspects of this bill that I don't think are bad things, and I think actually, you know, are important. I think what they are doing around the standard deduction, actually, I think is smart. In fact, in the state of Maryland, we did the same thing. We doubled the standard deduction within the state of Maryland. That's a smart move to spur economic growth. I think the things around the child tax credit are important, even though I would have differences on how I would do it. But I think making adjustments to the child tax credit is important because it's one of the best poverty-fighting tools, particularly for children, that we actually have inside this country. But what this bill is also, it's the largest consolidation of wealth in our nation's history. It's essentially undercutting what we are seeing for any supports for the people at the bottom on this, so we can have that largest consolidation of wealth. And I find it ironic that, you know, it was J.D. Vance who cast the deciding vote on this, a person who repeatedly talked about his mama and how she benefited from the same programs that he just voted to gut.
But just to play the other side, I mean, the SNAP benefits aren't just being eliminated for certain people. They're being eliminated by associating them with requirements, like work requirements, immigration status requirements. These are tough choices that need to be made.
Yeah.
Not everybody can get benefits.
Oh, I agree.
So, I mean, do you disagree with attaching certain conditions to receiving benefits?
Not at all.
To get them?
But I do think there's an overstating about what that means and what that looks like. Because the vast majority of people who are receiving these benefits, these are actually working families.
Right.
These are people who are already working, but who still need benefits because they're still not making enough money to be able to benefit them and their families. The federal minimum wage right now is, what, $7.25? I mean, so you're forcing people to essentially become the working poor. That the people who are receiving the benefits are people like seniors. It's veterans. So I think that while I completely understand that, you know, we don't, and I don't believe in quote unquote giveaways, I also know this. The vast majority, the overwhelming majority of people who are receiving these benefits are people like our seniors, are people like our working families, there's people with disabilities. And I think we just have to be we have to have values that drive our decisions.
We're going to run out of time, but before you go, I have a question for you, talking about giveaways. Here in New York City, a place where you also used to live and used to run Robin Hood, a great charity that's done enormous things for this city. Yeah. What you think of the race for mayor here between Mamdani now and Eric Adams? I think those are really, realistically, the only two choices on the table.
Yeah. You know, it's fascinating because I have not followed the race as closely or the policy as closely.
I love you and I don't believe you.
No, and it's true. I really haven't. But the thing that I have followed is the narrative, because I think the narrative around affordability is right. And I think that honestly, it's the same thing we've pushed in Maryland, where the way we approach it is I focus on pathways to work, wages, and wealth. Right. And doing things like decreasing the unemployment rate, increasing the minimum wage in the state of Maryland, and creating more housing inventory.
Okay, but that's where I was going to go with it. So the distinction, though, between what you're talking about, I think we're all in agreement there's an affordability problem in the city of New York. We can diagnose the problem. Yeah. The question is, what is the solution to that? Yeah. I would argue if you want to have lower rent, ultimately you need a lot more housing. You need a lot more supply.
That's exactly
right. You
right.
need the inventory.
That's exactly
It's
right.
not going to necessarily come, I don't think, from freezing rent. Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen that story happen. And that goes to the Mamdani question of whether you think he's the right person for that job. Yeah. Right? And then on the other side, you have Eric Adams, who arguably, by the way, I think is actually the city has done it. If you just look at the city numbers, are pretty good. Yeah. And yet then there's a situation where I think there's a lot of New Yorkers who say the man for better or worse, or not for worse, is being held hostage by the White House, given this sort of unique, weird settlement situation. And what do you do about that?
Yeah, I think the way you increase affordability is you have to increase inventory. It's the reason that in Maryland, we passed the most aggressive housing package in Maryland state history of any governor in Maryland state history. It's the reason that we have used executive action to be able to make sure that we can go faster. That I said, I want our state. We've got to stop being a state and a collection that that does no and slow, and get to yes and now. Build faster. Create great emergency inventory, because this is a basic supply and demand equation that I think we completely miss on, and so capping
Okay, so given that, if you were living here, who do you pick?
God, I don't live here. I don't know. You know what
I gotta try, man.
If I was living here, you know what I'd pick? I'd say move to Maryland.
Exactly.
Governor Westmore, thank you for coming in this morning. It's very good to see you.
It's great to see you all. Great to see you. Thank you.
Coming up, travel stocks in focus as airlines get ready for a crush of passengers this holiday weekend. We will talk about what investors should be watching, and we're continuing to monitor the House floor in Washington, D.C. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries still speaking
going at it.
President Trump's tax and spending bill. He's been going for
This looks to me like a Cory Booker situation.
He intends to take a sweet time, as he calls it. Squawk Box will be right back.
I'm Darren, and this is my TimberTech story. We had wood here before. The maintenance and trying to look after it's just impossible down here. You can't do it. On TimberTech, it's maintenance free. The advanced PVC from the naked eye, it looks as if it's real wood. There simply isn't anything better. We have historically got big hurricanes here, and we have no worries about the decking out here at all because it's so strong. Playing golf for a living, I'm traveling all the time. Knowing that we have TimberTech, that's one less thing that we've got to worry about. TimberTech, it's everything wood should be.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better, and it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day. When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Airlines bracing for a busy 4th of July holiday weekend with 18.5 million travelers expected from this past Tuesday through this coming Sunday. Joining us now on the state of the sector, Stephen Trent, Citi airline analyst. Stephen, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Fuel prices are lower, but there's still pressure here on ticket prices. Why?
So we still have uncertainty in the economy. People
Order
and businesses
submitted.
don't exactly know what's going to happen with tariffs. So that is putting some pressure on certain segments. I would say the most discretionary travelers out there are maybe a little skittish. So within the U.S. airline sector, domestic mainline has been a little bit soft.
Order filled.
But other segments continue to
Order
look very
submitted.
good.
At the same time, airlines have been running much more efficiently and with much more discipline. They've already cut capacity quite a bit going into this sort of slowdown that we may see unfolding here.
Absolutely. And I think that's definitely going to help. And if you look at what happened last year, you know, sort of early 3Q last year was a bit tough. We had a little bit of a mismatch in terms of capacity here in the domestic market. The group acted aggressively. They cut. You saw a nice unit revenue bounce as we looked into the end of the year. And we're constructive that certainly on the network airline side, they are still well positioned to have a bounce as we head into the back half of this year.
Would you book out of Newark? That's the real question I have. I'm not joking.
Newark has had improvements. You know, the runway stuff is done. They're back to, I believe, 34 departures an hour. They got down to 28. So there's now less capacity there. You know, you can't deal with the weather. If you get a thunderstorm, it's impossible to predict that stuff. But yeah, I would book out of Newark.
I have a separate news you can use related question, which is all of these guys have effectively depreciated the value of your points, right? It continues. And it used to be that those were considered a liability. Do you consider them the same kind of liability anymore? When you actually math out what that whole loyalty systems even look like?
Yeah, look, the loyalty system for the airlines and for the financial partners is really good. The remuneration from those programs continues to grow. And if you're a network airline, you really have an attractive pool of customers, relatively wealthy people that demand global capillarity and spend on these cards, not just for buying tickets, for buying groceries or whatever they buy. So a little bit of depreciation of the points is really not going to cause a lot of pain because people are still using the cards. And that remuneration grows, that's working capital tailwind for the group.
Under this president and this administration, do you think that there would be more mergers allowed? We have this, you know, United JetBlue alliance, which sort of doesn't, it's not a real merger, but it sort of looks like part of one. I assume that one of the reasons they haven't done a full merger is because the view is that maybe Washington would say no. But I don't know what you think would happen over the next couple of years, given the deregulatory sort of aspect of the way this administration has spoken about things.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I certainly think, you know, if we were 20 years ago and you still had a lot of the old airlines that no longer exist, U.S. Airways, Continental, Eastern Airlines, you know, Northwest.
Yeah, there's not a lot left to merge. Right. I'm just saying, but there are a couple.
Yeah, true. So outright mergers under that context, it's going to be tough. If you're one of the big four, it's going to be a little hard to see how regulators are going to let your market share go even significantly higher than it is today. But soft stuff, alliances, I would say all else equal under this administration, yes, you're going to have maybe a somewhat higher probability than you would have in the last administration.
Okay. Stephen, great to see you. Enjoy your 4th. Stephen Trent.
You too. Coming up, top stocks to watch ahead of the opening bell. We'll bring them to you, including a massive partnership between Oracle and OpenAI. Don't go anywhere. We got the jobs number. We got the big bill. We got so much coming up right here on Squawk.
It's about political points.
Your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving? America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year?
The list revealed July 10th and streaming on CNBC+.
This is a true story. One night, 17 kids walked outside, and they never came back.
Matthew, where are you?
A lot of people die in this story, in a lot of really weird ways. This is where the story really starts.
Weapons, rated R.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America. Because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington for the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
The Chevy 4th of July event is on, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $8,000 in total value. That's 15% below MSRP, plus Texas residents can get an additional $1,000 bonus cash.
Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
Take a look at the futures. Beautiful shot, by the way, of New York City right now. Dow up about 40 points. NASDAQ up about 8 points. You're looking at the S&P 500 just about 2 points. As we all await the bill that's passed or should pass through the House, we'll see when that all happens. We also got the big jobs number coming up in just a moment that can move all of this around. But in the meantime, I want to get over to Dom Chu, who's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. What's on deck here?
All right, so Andrew, Melissa, we're going to kick things off with shares of Tesla up slightly, trying to extend its rebound after climbing 5% in yesterday's session. The EV giant reporting delivery numbers that were roughly in line with expectations. Before that, shares had been on a 6-day losing streak where they slid about 13%. So Tesla up fractionally right now. We'll keep an eye on those moves. Next up, you got shares of Datadog higher by roughly 9% now, after S&P Global said the software provider will replace Juniper Networks in the benchmark S&P 500 index following HPE's deal to buy Juniper. That change goes into effect at the start of trading on July 9th. Wedbush, by the way, is raising their target price on this morning on this shares of Datadog to $170 from $140. That's roughly 26% upside from yesterday's closing price. Analysts say that the inclusion in the S&P validates the company's growth story. They believe it will continue to capitalize on its observability initiatives and whatnot. Now, for more on that and other top calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the access to the detail behind those big upgrades and downgrades. And we'll finish with shares of Oracle higher by just about maybe 0.5% or so at this point, following a 5% climb yesterday. That came on a report from Bloomberg that OpenAI agreed to pay for a large amount of computing power from Oracle as part of the government's Stargate AI project. OpenAI will reportedly pay Oracle for roughly 4.5 gigawatts of power. Now, that's enough to power millions of homes and whatnot. So the partnership agreement and whatnot is kind of what's driving some of that news today. I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, Dom Chu, thank you for that. Happy July 4th. If I did not talk to you before then, sir.
Happy birthday, America.
Coming up, jobs in the Fed. What will Jay Powell and company be monitoring inside today's June employment report? We'll talk about that after a break and get into President Trump's latest criticism of Fed Chair Jay Powell. Squawk Box will be right back.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Investors are awaiting the June jobs report. It's a key piece of data that could have an impact on the Fed's next move. It comes amid renewed pressure from President Trump on Fed Chair Jay Powell to cut rates. Last night, he said Powell should be fired. Let's bring in former Dallas Fed President Richard Fisher. He is now senior advisor with Jefferies and a CNBC contributor, also with us, CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman. It is great to see both of you. Richard, it's great to see you again. We just had a conversation about, the time when President Trump called Jay Powell a stupid mule, which is just a few days ago, actually. But here we are now, and I'm wondering, if you think of Powell as having any sort of leverage in this conversation, in that he could give up, step down, obviously, when his term as Fed chair is up, but stay on as a governor.
Well, that'd be a tough decision to make, but he could do that. Again, I want to remind, we talked about this, Melissa, you and I, before. There's sort of a Fed derangement syndrome, and it's not unique to Donald Trump. Again, Lyndon Johnson took Bill Martin, who had been chair from 1951 to 1970, he took him to the ranch and physically beat him up. Our boys are dying in Vietnam. You're not accommodating us on monetary policy. And Martin went to his deathbed. He wrote in his memoirs, he went to his deathbed ashamed of himself. No one's going to do that. And then we forget, Ronald Reagan tried to impeach Paul Volcker. So this isn't unique to Donald Trump. The expressions are unique. Jay Powell knows this. I don't think it has any impact on him at all. It wouldn't if it were me. I understand why he's doing it. The president has a constituency that thinks if the Fed funds rate is cut, it's going to lower their credit card costs, their mortgage costs, their car payments, et cetera. It doesn't work that way because the Fed does not control the latter part of the yield curve. The 10 years determined by supply and demand. So I understand why the president's doing this. It's political. I understand it. It's not unique. And by the way, he's not as brutal as Lyndon Johnson. So we'll just have to see. I don't read a whole lot into it. I don't think it affects policy. I think the jobs numbers will have a bigger impact than anything else on the next meeting in September and so on.
Richard, just one related question on this. At the end of Jay Powell's term, what do you think it will feel like from going from being the chair to being a governor? We were discussing sort of what that, just on a personal level, could feel like.
Well, first of all, it's not clear he's going to do that. He could go on another 2 years. I think it really depends on if he feels that whoever is appointed is a Trump lackey and is going to infringe upon the independence of the Fed. He could stand on principle on that and make that person's life very difficult. But remember, that individual, whoever it is going to have to carry the whole table. We've got 12 bank presidents. The vote rotates, and you have the other governors. So if it's somebody who they feel is not going to protect the independence of the Fed, then there's no need for him to stay on. He's not a stubborn mule. He's a smart guy. He's done a very good job. I love this. When you say inflation is running at 1.7% in the White House, guess who made that possible? The Federal Reserve. Guess who's kept employment in
Order
pretty
canceled.
good health? We'll see today what's happening, but
Order
it's been
filled.
the Federal Reserve. So it's hard to criticize them. Mistakes were made with transitory inflation, no question about that. But since then, they've operated very, very well. We'll just have to see how the other governors and the other bank presidents, all the bank presidents feel about whoever's appointed, because that person's going to have to lead them. And if they don't have respect for that person, we won't be able to.
Right. Steve, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this issue or if you want to talk about whether or not a number out today could actually make the July meeting live.
So I'm amazed at how calm and collected Richard is and how he's put it all into some sort of historical context that all of this is normal. Richard is not that much older than me. He didn't live through it, but he acts like he lived through it. It was all okay. I think this is all reaching a boiling point here. I think this is much more on tenterhooks in terms of the chair's position here than it appears. You have now the Senate is talking about things like investigations. The head of the FHFA is after Powell. I think the chair is a strong person. I think he can hold on, but it's going to be tough and it's going to be difficult. And I also think that from the research that I presented yesterday, all of this does have an effect. It's been shown over time that presidential pressure, not like a cut or something, but in basis points, it does end up reducing things. So I think that if this report ends up being negative or really, really weak, I think the Fed could cut in July because I think there's that kind of political pressure on the Fed. I also think that...
Wait a minute. You're saying that he's going to cave? I mean, if the FHFA investigation, if that were really serious and that there was a real concern that Powell could be removed because he made false statements regarding renovations to the Fed building, because that's what it's all about, basically, that the bond market would react. And in fact, we saw yields move lower. I mean, you would think that you would have the opposite.
The bond market's already reacting, Melissa. It's interesting. This is what I talked about yesterday. There's actual and perceived independence of the Fed, and the bond market is trading in a sense as if the next Fed chair is already going to lower rates. It's really interesting. There's so many reasons for bond yields to be higher. I think Andrew was talking about that in the last hour. You have a weaker currency. You have a deficit that's about to go up quite a bit. All kinds of reasons for the bond market. You have tariff inflation potentially coming. And what's happened? Yields have come down while the president has been pressuring.
There is a difference
you have to remember,
between...
Melissa,
Okay, go ahead, Richard.
First of all, no, I mean, yields are still stuck in the 4% range. Only the 2-year has popped below 4% to 3.995. Come on, we're being a little bit too excited here. But if the numbers, for example, the Warren data that just came out, Warren is when they have to announce in any company that they're going to have significant layoffs and they're going to have a change of location or the employment picture. Those numbers are up. So we'll have to see. But if we're talking about a 4.5% unemployment rate, that's not dramatic. It's still historically low. I'm not calm. And by the way, I appreciate Steve saying that. I'm probably 20 years older than he is. But anyway, thanks for mentioning.
You don't look it.
Close in age, Steve. I really appreciate it. Anyway, this is a tough thing. There's no question about it. I would not want to be Jay right now, Mr. Powell, because I don't like getting the slings and arrows of an angry president. But again, it's not unique, and we don't want to have another Arthur Burns become chairman of the Fed, because then we will have a significant inflation problem. And that's why Paul Volcker had to be brought in to break the back of the system. Great pain. We don't want another Arthur Burns, and if it's someone who is too accommodative, that's what we're going to get. And the committee's going to worry about it.
We've got to leave it there. Steve, nice to see you. Richard, it is always a pleasure. Thank you.
Even early in the morning, Melissa. Good to see you.
Nice to see you both. Happy July 4th, Independence Day coming up. Republican Congressman Ralph Norman is going to join us on the fight currently going on in the House over President Trump's big tax and spending bill. Not much of a fight at this point, except for Hakeem Jeffries, who's still fighting, or at least talking about it. We're coming right back after this.
Morgan Stanley. Old school hard work meets bold new thinking.
Connection
to help
lost.
you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Leo, he's there when we wake up, he's there when we leave, he's there whenever we come back home from school. He's just there always. Mash it up, doofus.
Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, his quality of life has been forever changed. He prefers real, human-grade food.
It's like real food. It is. He's a happy dog now.
He's a happy dog. He's a happy dog.
To all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, thank you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Want to win $500?
Yes.
The PXG Driver Challenge is back. Test your driver against PXG Black Ops. If you win in distance and dispersion, you take home $500. Book now at PXG.com. PXG, you've never played like this before.
Families laugh, families love, families eat a lot. Good thing you got that Dash Pass membership. With Dash Pass, you get $0 delivery fees on grocery orders. So while you may feel like you're stocking your pantry 8 days a week, your wallet doesn't. Save more on groceries with Dash Pass. Start your free 30-day trial. So if wallets can feel, does that mean they also laugh and love?
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Our next guest is Republican House member who opposed President Trump's big bill as of late yesterday, but overnight he voted to move forward with the bill. Joining us right now is Congressman Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina. You were outspoken on the other side of this bill, sir, and here we are this morning. What has changed?
Well, we had a lot of problems with the Senate changing our bill up, mainly adding to the deficit to the tune of, with interest, right at $1.2 trillion. We were unhappy with a lot of the subsidies that weren't phased out that the Senate put back in. We were unhappy with the Senate allowing illegal aliens to draw a paycheck from Medicaid. It just didn't add up from the bill that we sent over, that we had a hard time, conservatives had a hard time passing, but we did. We got to 218, and we were trying to make this bill that the Senate originally said they were going to leave intact and actually cut more than what the 1.6 that we cut in the House of Representatives. But all in all, the tax cuts is what was really driving the bill and the passage. American businesses could not afford a 26% increase.
What I don't understand is you had a view that was negative about this bill yesterday. Is there something different about the bill today?
Yeah, it is. We met with President Trump, and you know, he did a masterful job of laying out how we could improve it, how he could use, as his chief executive office, use things to make the bill better.
So there's going to be there are big distinctions between. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the bill that was sent from the Senate back to you. is fundamentally different from yesterday to today? Because then the Senate would have to...
It's fundamentally different. No, we accepted the bill as is. What's different is President Trump is going to use his powers to, like on the subsidies, to make sure that a lot of these subsidies won't remain in effect, from here on out. And, he made it clear, too, that had we put it back in the Senate, it was going to get worse. They're going to, particularly Murkowski, was going to extract a pound of flesh for anything that was sent back. And we took that seriously, and, up until late in the night, we were negotiating, things that could change with, the tax credits, which all were put in by Joe Biden, which needed to be extinguished. And
so which subsidies are set to be extinguished? I'm asking because there are so many sectors out there, Congressman, as you know, who thought things are going to be terrible in terms of subsidies. The phase-outs were not as bad, and the sectors rose again. I'm just wondering what subsidies you believe were promised to you would be phased out, eliminated.
Solar panels, wind and solar needs to be, we would have cut those out day one. We couldn't do that. Senate put that back in. The $7,500 tax credit for electric vehicles, that's not for government to prop up one industry over another. Particularly, we leave that to the American people to decide what kind of car they want to drive. And the president gave us assurances that changes were going to be made, particularly with getting permits. The language meant a lot to us versus you had two different lines that the Senate changed. They wanted to put, when construction began, is when the time frame would extend for like the wind and solar. We wanted date of service, which means they can't take a backhoe out there and dig a ditch and say that's construction. So things like that the president is going to enforce. And
Congressman, let me ask you a different question, which is, for those conservatives who have been concerned about adding to the debt and deficits in our country, there's always been a question about whether this deadline, if you will, is an artificial one. Yes, by the way, the tax cuts expire by the end of the year. That is true, but they don't expire by July 4th. And so the question is, if you have the concerns that you've had, at least up until last night, about that piece of it, and what your constituents, by the way, might think of that, why not hold out and try to push for a better bill? I know that everybody sort of kept saying, well, if we don't do it, it's like a bomb is going to go off. But we're still months away from that.
Yeah, but what changed is the president giving us the fact that the longer we waited, and let's say we had gotten it back to the Senate for changes, even minor changes, they were going to make it worse. And we believe that. And we held out as long as we could. I voted against, on the Rules Committee, Chip Roy and I voted against, with the 2 votes, that voted against moving it forward. So we held out as long as we could and made the changes that we knew we could make. And July 4th was not set in stone. You're right about that. I mean, the president wanted that, and which was fine because he knew the quicker we got this done, the better off we would be in getting something across the finish line. So those were the things that mattered, and we accomplished that. And his July 4th was important to him. It was important to Mike Johnson. So there's no reason to wait. Now, let's say if the Senate were up in the air, if the senators that changed this, if they had changed their mind or could, not make it worse, we would have done just what you said. But no, the time was up. It was time to move on it.
Congressman, we're going to run out of time. I have one final question. It sounds to me in some way that you were saying that the president persuaded you by saying that he is going to some degree, override some of the provisions in the bill. Is that right?
No, he's not going to override it. He's going to, on the permitting, he's going to drive a hard bargain on the permitting. He's going to have accountability is the best way to describe it. And he assured us he was going to do that. And I think some executive orders you'll see come down the pipe, which will be good.
But also remove subsidies on wind and solar, correct? The ones that are currently in the bill.
No, he he can't remove them. He's just those that, you know, they had timelines for these, and we couldn't alter that. The Senate actually made it longer. So what he's going to do is use his powers as chief executive to make sure that the companies that apply for solar credits, as an example, he's going to make sure that they're doing what they say, and when they say they've started construction, he's going to make sure they've done that.
Great. Congressman, I want to thank you for joining us. I want to wish you a happy 4th, and we'll see what happens with this bill a little later today. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
You bet. Coming up, a big call on part of the market that has seen some stock jumps 1,000% in a year. What are we talking about? Quantum computing, that's what. And we'll tell you all about it right after this.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com. And in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high-yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Another day in the finance department. Wait, did we pay this already? 6070 airfare, 6040 meals and entertainment. Receipts, expense reports, invoices, purchase orders. What's that? RAM? Cards with built-in policies. Expenses that submit themselves? Look at it go. Okay, but does it code automatic? Oh. We're fixing the parts of finance you hate. RAM. Love finance.
We're teaming up with Samsung to give you unlimited premium wireless and the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. Your friends will be green with envy, and those little green bubbles, not an issue anymore. It actually is easy being green. The frog is a liar.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Melissa Lee, hanging out with us ahead of the holiday. It's kind of like a half-day holiday, but not in the news business today.
It's still a 3-hour show, Andrew.
No, 3-hour show, but the markets close at 1 p.m. today. Having said that, a lot of news taking place. We're following two big stories. The fight in the House, over President Trump's big tax and spending bill. Shouldn't say there's much of a fight. It sounds like it's a fait accompli this morning, although you're looking at Hakeem Jeffries right now, speaking live. He's been doing this now for several hours, pulling a bit of a Cory Booker here. We'll see how long he speaks before this whole thing goes to a vote. And then we got the June jobs number, set to get the government's latest employment report in just about half an hour. Economists expecting an addition of 110,000 jobs. But yesterday, as we heard right here live on this broadcast, ADP reported a loss of 33,000 private sector jobs in June.
Now to part of the market that has seen some impressive moves. Quantum stocks jumping yesterday after Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage on the sector. Quantum computing may be in its early stages still, but valuations are already running high. Joining us now is an analyst who believes the long-term impact could be massive. Ray Wang, Constellation Research founder and chairman. Ray, great to have you with us. And of course, we all know that Alphabet has been in on this and has made some tremendous strides. These companies, though, they are fledgling. If you take a look at, for instance, D-Wave, first quarter revenue is $15 million. The company's market capitalization is $5 billion. So where are we in terms of valuations and the actual, cycle for quantum?
We're getting in early. Basically, it's spring training season in baseball. We haven't gotten to the first inning. They haven't sung the Star Spangled Banner, but there's a lot of excitement. And when you take companies like D-Wave and IonQ and quantum computing and Rigetti, well, they're all doing something different, and they're all advancing the ability to do amazing things in computing. Imagine if you could actually do drug discovery in years instead of decades. If you could do the ability to get quantum security to break codes in seconds, and might even get the weather forecast right. They're all going down different ways of delivery. And so you've got D-Wave that's worth a lot in terms of being able to deliver premiums in terms of quantum computers that are really accurate and stable. You got IonQ that's actually pushing the limits of where quantum computing can go. You got in terms of quantum as a service, and you got Rigetti that's basically figuring out how to actually deliver custom computing out there. And of course, quantum computing being able to deliver communications at quantum levels. And that's really what people are getting excited about, because they're looking for the next thing after AI.
But do you think that people are getting too excited at this point? I mean, I think that's the question when you take a look at some of these stocks. I mean, they're up 1,200% in the past 12 months. They have very small amounts of revenues right now, and the market is affording them a very high valuation. Is that just, do we pay those sorts of valuations here during spring training, or do we wait till the third inning or the fourth inning when things are more clear, when there is a more quantifiable total addressable market?
Melissa, that's a great question. And you really have to ask yourself, do you want it to be more stable? You've got a lot more customers in place. But you take a company like D-Wave, they've got 100 customers, 250 patents, 200 employees. And, they've just closed another $400 million in equity. So basically, the investors are saying it's jump in early or miss the wave in quantum like you missed the wave in AI. And I think that's the FOMO that's in the marketplace.
So the AI story is helping to fuel this in that we saw what it was like if you missed out on investing in NVIDIA early, and you don't want to miss it this time around.
Well, you're like, hey, there's a game chip designer. They're doing graphical chips. What can we do with this? It's kind of a dead stock back in the day. And then suddenly, boom, GPUs and generative AI took them to the next level. And so the same thing's happening with quantum, and the advancements are moving very quickly. So what might have been a 20-year cycle has been compressed to a 10-year cycle. And we're now down to a 7-year cycle where we're going to see some gains. And investors are starting to realize something big is happening here, and they don't want to miss out.
All right, Ray, we got to leave it there. Great stuff. Thank you, Ray Wang.
I want to take a quick check on the futures right now as this big, beautiful bill looks like it's going to get passed once Hakeem Jeffries, frankly, stops talking. We'll see. Dow Jones up about 64 points, NASDAQ up about 22, S&P 500 up about 6. But as we keep saying, all this could move around literally in about 25 minutes from now when we get the big jobs number. We'll see if it's big or not. The 10-year Treasury, by the way, at 4.2. The 2-year Treasury sitting at just 3.7. I want to get back to Dom Chu, who's been taking a look at a number of stocks that are on the move this morning. Dom.
Absolutely right, Andrew and Melissa. We're going to start off with a check on shares of some of the semiconductor software developers. Names like Cadence Design, also Synopsys, both higher by just about maybe 5 to 6% or so after the U.S. lifted export restrictions on chip design software and manufacturers for Chinese markets. The companies said that they are working to resume sales in that region and restore access to existing customers. It comes amid some of those cooling-ish tensions between the U.S. and China as they work towards a trade agreement. So we'll see whether or not those software, Synopsys, Cadence Design semiconductor names will do some more movement here in the coming days and weeks. Let's check on some of the biggest healthcare providers in terms of insurers and whatnot rebounding slightly after huge moves to the downside just yesterday. Centene, remember, plunged 40% after it pulled its 2025 forecast due to an unexpected revenue slump from commercial plans under Obamacare or healthcare exchange plans. That helped drag down all the names that you see here. Molina fell by about 20%. Elevance down by 11%. Those moves coming as Congress gets set to pass the biggest cuts to Medicaid since its inception back in 1965. So we're seeing a bit of a rebound there, fractionally to about 2% for Elevance shares. And we'll finish with two small cap defense tech names. Kratos Defense higher and AeroVironment slightly lower on price target moves from RBC Capital. The bank's going to $275 from $200 for AeroVironment and upping to $50 from $38 for Kratos. Now, RBC expects both stocks to outperform amid continued growth in defense spending, so keep an eye on some of those names. Now, for more on that and other top calls of the day, cnbc.com/pros, where you want to go. Subscribers get all the access to the context around some of those big upgrades and downgrades, Andrew. I'll send things back over to you, and I will now wish you and Melissa a very happy 4th of July.
Back at you. Thank you.
You got it, guys.
Tesla stock snapped a 6-day losing streak yesterday. Its market cap climbed back above $1 trillion. Second quarter deliveries fell year on year, and they missed estimates, but not by as much as analysts had feared. Joining us now, George Gianarikas, Canaccord Genuity analyst in Phil LeBeau, is also with us. Great to have you guys. George, I want to start off with you because, this was better than feared, but at the same time, it doesn't lift the burden that Tesla has to fill in terms of hitting delivery numbers in order to make the annual number by the end of the year. They've got a big weight to lift at this point, and at the same time, they've got the EV tax credit going away. How do you foresee Tesla hitting those numbers if you do?
It'll be a hard slog for them to hit those numbers, particularly as you mentioned with the EV tax credit going away. The thing that we're thinking about for the back half of the year is a couple of, or maybe a few new models that they've promised. It was recently disclosed in their impact report that they expect new, more affordable models to come by the end of the year. So that should help. But your point is valid. I mean, we have to see EVs get back to growth, hopefully by the end of the year. Maybe in 2026, but it's a key part, obviously, of the story. But investors seem to be relying upon excitement around robotaxi and Optimus to drive the stock here.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Phil, because robotaxi, for as many fans and influencers were in those taxis riding around, posting about it, there are also some misses when it came to some of those rides. Elon Musk has also promised a lower cost vehicle, which may also spur some excitement later on this year. How do you see that side of the equation playing out, Phil?
Well, let's start first off with robotaxi. This is how Tesla operates now. Tesla is very much about, we're going to be out on social media, we're going to have the influencers out there, we're going to have our supporters, including those analysts who are very bullish about us, talk about how great robotaxi and our autonomous vehicle technology is. The reality is they have launched a very small launch in Austin. Now here comes the challenge. You have got to show, A, that you can not only do it consistently and safely, it doesn't matter how many times you post on social media, but if you can do that, and then if you can expand on a fairly regular basis, then you will start to see people really get behind the robotaxi and AV story at Tesla, more than the core believers. The core believers are always going to be there. They're not going to leave. They would have to be shown something dramatically different in order to give up on Tesla. And then with regard to the more affordable model, Melissa, look, I think everybody understands that's what's holding back EV sales and will continue to hold back EV sales in the U.S. After the tax credit goes away, the $7,500 tax credit goes away. You need to bring down the price of EVs. You get it down consistently in that $35,000 to $45,000 range, and not just a couple of models, then I think you will start to see EVs take off a bit.
Right, and that's a good point in terms of offsetting the loss of the tax credit with a lower price model. But George, when it comes to ultimate valuation Tesla, blue sky sort of valuations, the most bullish analysts rely on robotaxi, autonomous vehicles, Optimus, all these things that are not the auto business, right, for the most bullish forecast. So how important for you is the working of the auto business when it's really these other areas that are not quantifiable right now, not commercialized right now for that matter, in order to drive the valuation higher?
I'm a pretty meat and potatoes kind of analyst, so I just try to look at earnings. And right now, before they report earnings, we're about $9 in non-GAAP EPS in 2027. We'll see how those have to be adjusted when they report, but you should put a healthy multiple, in our opinion, on that number. It's going to take a lot to get there. They have to return to growth in EVs. They have to get margins better. But if you can get to $9 plus or minus in 2027, and then have these dreams of more Optimus by 2030, additional robotaxi miles by 2030, you can sort of justify the stock here and get to even higher levels if those businesses start to take off. So
Order
we're
filled.
all about earnings. We don't really do some of the parts
Order
valuations,
filled.
but if you can get to that kind of earnings number and something even better than that in 2030, then I think the stock works.
Yeah, I definitely like meat and potatoes, so it works for me. George and Phil, thank you.
Okay. Coming up, the latest on President Trump's mega bill set for a vote as soon as Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries yields the floor. He's been speaking now for several hours this morning. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna is going to join us next from the Capitol. And the jobs report is on the way. We're just a little over 15 minutes from now, 17 minutes exactly. We're going to bring you the numbers and reaction. All this could move around this morning. Let's see where it goes when we come right back.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in every pair. Available in multi-packs, Tommy John's breathable second skin underwear is even softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for him and her for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your comfort worry-free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right, because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 30% off site-wide.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect her sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
A special early edition of Closing Bell Overtime. Market wrap-up before the holiday weekend. Plus, analysis of the June jobs report. John Fort, Morgan Brennan, Closing Bell Overtime. Today 1 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Flavor. Tell me what's your flavor.
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mango Chamoy Sherbet. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor.
I've been trying to quit nicotine for like about 10 years. What helped me actually get there was X Program. It's free, it's backed by actual experts, and it doesn't ask you to be perfect. It's just support, like real support.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Do we need that?
Well, this year's a paint and primer.
It just says ain't.
You bought ain't.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
Like a lot more.
Oh.
I thought you said you researched this.
Aren't all paints the same?
No, they're not. Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Look at that big, beautiful flag.
It is a beautiful
As the big,
shot.
beautiful bill gets close to being passed. But it is a beautiful shot. Ahead of July 4th, we are waiting on a House vote now on President Trump's tax and spending bill. Hakeem Jeffries continuing to speak, as we keep saying, pulling a bit of a Cory Booker the last couple of hours. We'll see when that finishes. Congressman Ro Khanna of California has been listening to Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, but just popped out for Squawk Box. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. It's been a long night.
It's been a long night. You're on the losing end of this situation. What do you think the implication is here?
There are two major problems I have with the bill. One that Larry Summers and Bob Rubin pointed out. This bill is going to add $4 trillion to the national debt, and it's going to take deficits to 8% of GDP, almost unprecedented in peacetime when there's no external shock like COVID or the Great Recession. And the second is the distribution. I mean, even Bush's tax cuts and Trump's tax cuts helped everyone. They disproportionately helped the rich, but they gave a break to everyone. These tax breaks actually make poorer working class Americans poorer. while giving the rich tax breaks. They take away Medicaid, they take away food assistance, and that's pretty unprecedented in modern history.
We talked to a congressman on the Republican side of things who actually had a negative view of this bill last night and a positive view of it this morning. And one of the things he said was that he got assurances effectively from President Trump that certain parts of the bill may be slow-walked or other things might happen as it relates to a whole number of things. Have you heard that in terms of those holdouts who've come along, why they've come across?
Well, one, they don't want a $20 million super PAC coming after them in a primary. I mean, look at what happened to Thomas Massie when he spoke out against the Iran strikes and the War Powers Resolution. So Donald Trump has a lot of power in the Republican Party. But on the substantive thing, I've been told that they've been promised future reconciliations that are going to make more cuts. The question is, though, how are they going to pay for them? The reality is you have to raise taxes on the wealthy. You can't be cutting taxes on the wealthy if you want to do anything to lower the deficits. It's not just me. That's what Rubin and Summers say. That's what economists who look at the MAT say. And so they're being promised future reconciliation packages to cut the deficit, but it's unclear where those cuts are going to come from if they're not willing to increase taxes on the wealthy.
Congressman, I want you to weigh in on this. We've been watching the bond market, which you would think would not like a bill like this. Just the conventional wisdom would be that. The market is not moving. It is not. The bond market is not acting in a way that's suggestive that they have a problem with this bill. Now, on the other side of it, we talked to Steve Leisman recently. One of the interesting things that may be part of the calculus is there's an expectation even already that a year from now, Jay Powell will not be in this job, and maybe you'll have a Fed chair that's going to start lowering interest rates. And if that's the case, maybe that's offsetting whatever anxiety there would be. But then you probably have even more anxiety about the dollar, frankly. So how do you reconcile all of that?
Well, it's surprising to me. I mean, obviously, the bond market's moved a month or so ago, and maybe they've already factored in that this bill was going to pass. I think that the longer-term issue is, let's see what the jobs report say today. But you've got tariff policy that, in my view, is slowing the economy, and we're going to see, perhaps in this jobs report or in Q3, combined with now massive deficit spending that's going to put pressure on our interest rates. And that's the concern, that you have a slowing economy and, at the same time, higher interest rates. But you know, obviously, I don't have a crystal ball in terms of what the bond market is going to do. I just think that we don't have smart economic policy right now.
Can you at least, do you acknowledge that this bill, though, could improve the economy or help businesses, which will then improve the economy overall? I mean, permanent expensing, that's a very, that's very attractive, and it could be very good for businesses to spur investment in equipment as well as facilities. Making the tax cuts permanent, that is a very, that's key to stabilizing the outlook of the economy. I mean, there are offsets here, Congressman, to this, aren't there, in terms of, your concerns about the deficit? It could ignite some growth here.
Well, are there aspects of the bill in isolation that I could support? Things like the no tax on tips, things like the making child tax credit permanent, no tax on overtime, absolutely. But overall, the bill is skewed to people who are extraordinarily wealthy. About 60% of the benefits are going to go to people over $220,000. This is not the kind of bill you would pass if you wanted to have more consumer spending. You would do what Josh Hawley was saying, double the child tax credit. You would skew most of the tax credits and tax breaks to the working and middle class. And we saw with the previous Trump tax bill that it didn't lead to higher investment, that it was basically distributionally skewed towards the wealthy, and it didn't lead to more manufacturing or domestic investment. And there's no reason to think that this is going to lead to that kind of productive investment now.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you for joining us this morning. It's good to see you. We wish you a very happy 4th, and we'll see when this bill gets passed, what happens next. Thank you.
All right, of course, we have another big story this hour, and that would be the jobs report. We're counting down to 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's next.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this, I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're redefining financial strategy around lifespan. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the Open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
249 years ago, the Declaration of Independence was signed in Philadelphia. While the rest of the country celebrates, the city of brotherly love is on day 3 now of a garage strike.
Garbage.
Garbage. Did I call it garage?
Yeah,
garbage.
very
Garbage
different.
strike. Yes. Well, a garage strike would be a different thing. A garbage strike. I apologize. It is going to be, if you can believe this, 90 degrees for the next 5 days in Philly, and that, of course, not going to help. The water department staff, some rec workers, 911 dispatchers, also off the job. So
that is terrible.
Not a great time.
I feel bad for all the tourists going to Philadelphia to celebrate the nation's birthday.
All the garbage.
Yep.
They should just stick it in a garage.
Since there's no garage strike.
Yeah, coming up. The number of the morning. Don't go anywhere. We got June jobs. The big report 2 minutes away. We're coming right back.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
HR?
Yeah.
IT?
Yeah.
R&D?
Yep.
OMG?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's the department I work in.
All right. Enough of that.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Double your investor IQ. Become a smarter investor and save when you bundle CNBC Pro and Jim Cramer's Investing Club. 2 premium investing tools, 1 special price. Go to cnbc.com/access now. Terms and restrictions apply.
Still dreaming of Japan?
My budget's more instant ramen than sashimi.
Try Priceline. They've got millions of hotel deals on the menu.
Priceline.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
What's the move? There you go, King. Next.
Vital Farms farmers are up early every day for their hens, but couldn't you just sleep in?
Do you like waiting for your breakfast?
Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
Hey, someone's looking confident.
She used her Care Credit credit card to get a little glow up.
What's a glow up?
What's a credit card? Flexible financing for cosmetic treatments with Care Credit.
We are just seconds away from the June jobs report, and we're seeing futures across the board higher. The S&P looking to add 4 at the open. The Dow looking to be up by 50. The Nasdaq looking to add 9. Taking a look at Treasury markets, we are seeing yields lower this morning, with the 10-year clocking in at 4.265%, the 2-year at 3.77%. It is worth noting that at the start of May, we actually started with the 10-year yield at 4.6%. So
Order filled. Order filled.
Have been going higher, even with the big, beautiful bill up for vote as we speak, or actually Hakeem Jeffries is speaking right now. It should be
Target
up for vote
order filled.
shortly in the House.
Order
so,
canceled.
We're looking at this very closely. There's some thinking, too,
Order
that
filled.
the
Order
jobs
filled.
report could make the July meeting for the Fed live, meaning they could consider cutting rates at that meeting. So we are watching this number very closely. We're just about 20 seconds away. Rick Santelli is at the CME in Chicago. I don't know what you think about July possibly being a live meeting based on these numbers, but sub 50 in terms of additions seems to be the number that could make it live in the markets.
Anything's possible. We'll know shortly. Obviously, it's the big June jobs report. I wouldn't look for this to make an easy more likely. 147,000 jobs. Definitely a bit better than expected.
Order
no
submitted.
matter what your range was, whether it was closer to 100 or 115,000, it's a pretty good number. And guess what? If we look at the 2-month revision, it's positive. It's up 16,000. How does 147 stack up? Well, it's pretty odd because it's exactly where we were in April, unless they revised that.
Order filled.
Higher number than that? Well, you're going back to last year. So this is tied for the, second best, tied for the first best number of job creation of the year. Now, let's look at the numbers for unemployment rate. That number is coming in at, well, it's coming in at, where is it to underemployment? There it is, 4.1%. Sorry, folks, we do this on the fly. 4.1%, and obviously 4.1 equals where we were in February to find a lower unemployment rate. The beginning of the year when it was at 4%. Now, if we look at average hourly earnings, up 0.2. We're looking for up 0.3 in the rearview mirror.
Order
is
submitted.
Up 0.4, up 0.2 equals where we were in April. To find a lower number, you really have to go back in the Wayback Machine. You're going all the way back to August of 23 when it was up 0.1. So earnings are something to pay attention to. And you see the same dynamic when you look at year-over-year average hourly earnings.
Order
3.9 rearview
Order
mirror, 3.8
submitted.
expected. Boy, 3.7. How does that stack up? That would be the lowest
Order
yearly
canceled.
rate going back to July of just last year
Order
when it was
filled.
3.6. Now, if we look at the average weekly hours worked, 34.2.
Order
that
filled.
equals
Order
where we were in
filled.
February, we started out the year at 34.1. the underemployment
Order
rate.
submitted.
So U3 is the actual unemployment rate that we pointed out.
Order
The
Order filled.
underemployment rate. We like to pay attention to that. Obviously, it's been coming down rather dramatically. That now stands at 7.7%. That follows 7.8%. And that would be the number that we're very close to expectations. Finally, labor force participation, always important. We want to bring back people in the workforce. And this time we did not. 62.3. We lost a 10th. 62.3. And what's very fascinating about this is these numbers have been pretty steady. 62.3 equals DECE of 22. 62.1, you're in NOVA of 22. Listen, it doesn't end there. This is Thursday. Initial jobless claims coming out at 233,000. That is a drop of 4,000 to a slightly revised 237,000. Still keeps that pretty darn good. Just like JOLTS, not a bad number for the labor market. ADP seems to be an outlier at this point. And finally, continuing claims coming at 1,964,000. That means it's what, 6 consecutive readings over 1.9, basically comping to 2021. And the trade balance for May, which is obviously a deficit, at minus 71.5 billion, and the rear view mirror,
Order filled.
3 billion.
Order
Boy,
submitted.
It's come down with all the trade issues.
Order
Just
submitted.
think, March was 138 billion, by far the biggest deficit since record keeping in 92.
Order
now,
filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
What happened? Well, all you needed to see was that 147,000 in positive 2-month revision. Yield shot up like a bit of a rocket ship. 435 in a 10, we settled at 428. In a 2-year, 380.
Order
That's
filled.
Up, 11 on the day, and both of those metrics
Order
were down
filled.
2 basis points before the number. Pre-opening
Order
Dow
order
futures
Order filled.
doubled
Order
from
filled.
up a little less than 50 to now up
Order
115. It should be no surprise that these are good numbers. And, you know, Melissa Lee, you
Order
were asking, would I think that this is going to make a big
Order
difference, put
submitted.
July hot? I think what this does is make everyone question the dynamics of what issues are going on in the economy that would need an ease. I understand the president's view. I understand Jay Powell's view. But in the end, it certainly seems
Order
as though
filled.
Order filled.
just
Order
about
submitted.
right now, considering what's going on with the risk on, risk
Order-
off, and the
order
equity.
canceled.
Order filled.
Back to you.
All right. Steve, let's bring you in here. What's your outlook in terms of the impact on
Order
July,
canceled.
September, which was pretty much a foregone conclusion?
Order submitted.
I think this is a very mixed
Order
report,
filled.
Melissa.
Order
I have
filled.
to
Order
say,
filled.
Order submitted.
I don't even know if President Trump is going to like this report.
Order canceled.
Order filled.
Order
3,000
filled.
of the job gains were government. Now, it was -8 on the federal side,
Order
plus
submitted.
40 on the state side, and I think it was plus
Order
20 or
submitted.
30 on the local side. So what you have is you have the weakest private sector growth since October of 2024. And it was bizarre to go down the table and you look at it, you see a lot of negatives, a lot of positives.
Order
It goes back and
filled.
forth.
Order
I'm trying to
submitted.
find the diffusion index, which tells us what I don't see it here right away. It tells us the percentage of industries that were
Order
raising
submitted.
and lowering. You did have good job growth in the service sector, which is the opposite of what ADP thought. But private education, again, up 51, healthcare up 58, leisure and hospitality up 20. These were the same places we had job growth previously.
Order filled.
Change there, but you do have to take account. What I think happened here is this
Order
anomalous
submitted.
hiring in the state and local government is what makes this so much higher than what the street was estimating. I think there was a feeling on the street that government would fall and the private sector would be weaker. So you would have 70 or 80 minus the federal government or minus government. Instead, it was 70 or 80 in the private sector plus. So it's a mixed report. It's good the unemployment rate fell. That's a good number right there. It's good that we're positive on job growth. I'm just not sure what's happening at the state and
Order
local level
submitted.
that's driven all of this employment. I would think it would be a very mixed feeling, and the Fed would say, okay, I need another month in this, especially because, as Rick pointed out, the claims number is healthy again. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that part of it.
Are you nitpicking, Steve? Are you? Because I mean, it was a good headline number. The rate was better than expected, and we had positive revisions and we've had negative revisions. I'm just wondering, if we're losing the forest from the trees here by focusing on where those ads were.
Focusing. Well, the rest of the panel will weigh in. I would say that generally focusing on the private sector is the best way to gauge the health of the economy here. I don't know. It might be that state and local is picking up jobs that were laid off from the federal government. I don't know what's happening there. But if half of your growth is from the federal government, you can't really stay back and say, oh, the job market is very strong right now. Especially because you believe that government hiring will have a lot of pressure against it. So I don't think 70,000 is nitpicking.
Okay, Steve, just pretend for a second that you could play the conversation. If Jay Powell were to call up President Trump right this second, or President Trump were to call up Jay Powell, what would they say to each other?
That we can say on TV.
I think Jay would say, how's your golf game, Mr. President? Or something like, I don't know. I think he'd say, look, this is a report that raises some questions about whether or not how soft the market is. Maybe one of our panelists has an explanation of what's happening in state and local government, but it's the lowest private sector job growth since October of 2024. I still think the job market is okay here. It's not falling off a cliff. I think unemployment rate's okay. But I just want to put that asterisk on it, which is 70,000 of the jobs were from the government side. So when you look at the health of the economy and hiring, you'd say, I don't know. There's some questions out there, and I'd just be a little circumspect. I wouldn't cut rates right away,
submitted.
but I'd have my finger near the trigger.
All right, Steve, stay with us. Let's bring in the rest of our jobs panel, the Brookings Institution's Wendy Edelberg, the Manhattan Institute's Allison Schrager, and our own Mike Santoli. Great to have you all with us. Wendy, let's start off with you. What's your take on the report? What's your take on that asterisk that Steve brings up in terms of the growth from the federal government in terms of job ads?
Yeah, Steve makes a great point to focus on the private sector. The main challenge here, and I think the main challenge for Jay Powell, is what's a good number? And right now, it is completely perplexing to be able to answer that question. And the reason is immigration. It looks like the recent surges in immigration in 2023, 2024 are actually still putting upward pressure on labor supply all these months later, even after it slowed in the second half of 24. And then immigration clearly slowed in the first months of the Trump administration. And yet we have a lot of information that shows us that immigrants who came since, let's say, 2022 are just now working to enter the labor force. And to the degree that they're doing that at speed, it could be that a good number in the first half of this year should have been more like 200,000, which is to say the numbers we're seeing now may actually suggest some softness. This is all about what's the break even. And we are just in the grip of when those break even employment report numbers are gonna massively shift. It could be that we shift from a world where actually a good payroll employment number in a given month was 200,000 in the first month of this year. That could be as low as 10 to 40,000 in the second half of this year. We are just in the grip of this change because of the wild swings in immigration.
Allison, do you also believe that we are on the precipice of a major change here in the labor market?
Could be, but I think I feel like we keep looking for the shoe to drop, but we keep getting good reports. It's not just this employment report. It was also JOLTS. It's also inflation. And for right now, the economy looks pretty strong. It's still keeping on, despite all this uncertainty, despite all this tariffs. I guess we can't explain it, but at the very least, I don't see how the Fed could justify cutting rates right now. I mean, not only that, it doesn't even seem the high rates where we are. We're supposed to be still in a high rate environment to finish off inflation. It doesn't seem to be having a contractionary effect on the economy. So it even is sort of suggesting that the neutral rate is much higher than it was pre-pandemic. And it's really hard to justify cutting rates until we actually see evidence of significant weakness. I feel like we keep squinting for third or fourth order derivatives to justify a weakening labor market. And it might be weakening some, but it's hard to call this economy truly unhealthy.
What would be the number that would be truly weak to you? I mean, what's the cutoff point Because you're right, people are squinting, they're looking, they've been thinking this is going to happen for so long, and they're trying to find any sign of it.
Well, I mean, as Wendy points out, we might end up with much lower job creation rates, but that might also reflect lower immigration. But that would also mean we still have relatively low unemployment. So if that's the Fed's goal, is keeping unemployment low, even if we do end up with lower employment reports, that doesn't necessarily justify cutting rates. So, I mean, I agree with her that as we had the impact of lower immigration, we're going to see lower reports, and we might have to also adjust our bar for what's a bad report.
Mike, I want to go to you because we saw a quick reaction in terms of futures higher, in terms of bond prices higher, yields higher in the bond market. We also had gold move lower, so definitely sort of a risk on feel to the market this morning based on the jobs report. What's your interpretation? Because it had been thought that a weaker jobs report could make a Fed cut more likely and therefore be better for the stock market. And here we are.
Yeah, I think obviously the markets are unclenching a little bit because we were braced for the possibility of a more pronounced downside surprise. I think this is absolutely, on most measures, a good enough number in equity market terms. It's another month when you didn't have any kind of a reckoning. You didn't have to change the general narrative of, soft-ish landing. It's enough job growth to bring the unemployment rate down and essentially keep the consumer in the game. The basically default mode of the U.S. economy is to add some jobs every month in the absence of some kind of a shock. I guess maybe the sort of tariff scare and the confidence shock we got a few months ago wasn't enough at this point to do it. Within the stock market, I found it interesting. It's been the cyclical areas of the market that have held up pretty well: consumer, leveraged companies. So clearly the stock market is sort of priced for good things or continued good things. And I think if a rate cut comes in September into a decent economy, that's best case scenario. Best case scenario is not we weaken quickly in the economy and the Fed has to come to the rescue. I've never thought bad news is usually good news. Only in very isolated circumstances does the stock market like that.
Yeah. Steve, I want to go back to you. We're showing right now a graphic of the Fed's rate path, rate cut odds as priced into the futures market. I don't know if this is live or if it's changed at all since the release of the number.
So a Fed chairman a while ago, whose name I'm not going to mention, told me that you could boil everything down, and the thing you want to look at to know how the job market is doing is look at the unemployment rate. In that dropped, yes, I would say it takes off the table the possibility of a July rate cut, because there's, as all the intelligent people on this panel have told you, there's an awful lot of stuff going on in the 150 million strong American labor force. There's immigration, there's deportation, there's college graduates, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. There's even AI going on, which could be having a very subtle impact on the college grads, by the way. But how do you sort of walk away with one number that rules them all? It might be the unemployment rate. It came down. I think this gives the Fed covered, which it really wants. It wants another month to see what's going on and a little more time to get a feel for what's happening in the economy. I like Allison's overall comment that the the economy remains relatively strong, and it's very hard to say, all right, where's the part of the U.S. economy that's screaming out right now for a rate cut? I'm going to get some hate mail right now from the mortgage brokers and people trying to buy a home. It's probably the one area, but of course you have this problem. If the Fed were to cut and the market didn't think it was needed, would rates really follow the Fed?
Rick Santelli, he's smiling at Steve. So let's mark this down in the history
because
books.
I think Steve was looking at me when I was off camera going wild. You know what? 4.1 is the only number here that you need. He's exactly right. There is no way the Fed's going to be cutting interest rates with a 4.1% unemployment rate. And we could nitpick this jobs report all day long. I'm sure there's meteors flying around there that do have a chance to hit the Earth. I'm sure that there's a possibility that climate change, everybody that's worried about it, could actually be right, and something's going to happen in 3 or 4 or 5 years, and the world's going to end. There's always something out there that's weird, and we could always talk about the half-empty interpretation. Here's the way I look at it. The job creation was pretty darn good. There was many months last year when job growth was under 100,000, and you could break it up into government, you can break it up into private. I find it so fascinating that we now break down the numbers and ways I never knew we broke them down before. But to be fair, Steve's always liked to look between private and government, and I do understand that dynamic. But in the end, all that's important here is that this doesn't hurt the market. This doesn't make any meetings any more hot. And in the end, the service sector is the biggest part of the economy, and I'd like to see the job creation focus there.
We're going to leave it there. Wendy Edelberg, Allison Traeger, Mike Santilli, Rick Santelli, Steve Leisman, thank you all. Happy 4th.
Okay, when we return, we're going to get the Whisperer. The Whisperer is going to be with us. Former Fed Vice Chair Roger Ferguson. He's been right just about everything this Fed has been doing for so long now. He's going to join us on the jobs report and what it could mean for the Fed. And we're still watching the House floor in Washington. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, you're going to be seeing a live shot of this right now, continuing to hold court. They're blasting President Trump's tax and spending bill ahead of that expected vote. He's been at it now since, what, 5 a.m. this morning?
5:30-ish.
5:30, and it continues Cory Booker style. We're going to watch that and see where this all heads in just a moment when Squawk returns.
I can't wait to see their faces when we come out. What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's it's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Say hello to needle-free Neffy, the only epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis, that's designed to be fast, powerful, safe, small, and easy. So you can say hello dining out, goodbye missing out, hello celebration, goodbye hesitation, hello freshman year, goodbye needle fear. Use at first signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. If you have medical conditions or take certain medicines, your condition may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, thyroid, or kidney issues, high blood pressure, Parkinson's, diabetes, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. These are not all side effects. Say hello to your doctor and ask about needle-free Neffy.
We are going to write the future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
A special early edition of Closing Bell Overtime. Market wrap-up before the holiday weekend. Plus, analysis of the June jobs report. John Fort, Morgan Brennan. Closing Bell Overtime. Today 1 Eastern. And streaming on CNBC+.
Jurassic World, rated PG-13, in theaters now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. June employment report showing a gain of 147,000 jobs last month. The unemployment rate ticking lower to 4.1%. Immediately, we saw a knee-jerk reaction higher. We are holding on to gains here. S&P 500 looking to add 9 at the open. Dow looking to be up by 50. NASDAQ looking to add 40 at the open. Treasury market also showed a very distinct move higher in terms of the yields. 10-year yield going up to 4.346%. Prior to the number we were at approximately 4.26. The 2-year Treasury yield at 3.882%. And the odds also changed.
So let's talk about those odds with a man who knows a lot about them. The odds of a Fed rate cut by September coming down after the better-than-expected jobs report. Joining us right now is Roger Ferguson, former Fed vice chair, as well as a CNBC contributor. Good morning to you. Before we get into it, just your reaction to the jobs number. Do you put this in a good category? We had Steve Leisman, who found a couple of holes in it. What's your thought?
Look, overall, a very good category. The unemployment rate coming down, always very helpful. You know, the job creation number after the ADP surprise yesterday, very welcomed. I'm not sure I agree with Steve on the parsing. I'm not opposed to it, but I think Rick Santelli said something very important, which is this is an economy that's driven by the service sector. That still seems healthy. So overall, this is a check plus. This is a good labor market report.
Okay, so now maybe I'll ask you the question I asked Steve. If the President, Trump, were to call up Jay Powell right now, or Jay Powell were to call up President Trump, and they were to talk about the numbers we just saw across the tape, the conversation would go how?
Good question. Let's assume a world of great rationality. I think Chair Powell would say, Mr. President, this is a good labor report. I think he'd also say something broader, which is the president himself would be better off if the Fed were widely perceived to be independent. I think the president's calling for lower rates in the face of this kind of strong economy or good economy is probably unwise. Steve Leisman said something I think Chair Powell would bring to the president's attention, which is if the Fed were to cut in the face of these kinds of numbers, the market might not accept it as a sign that they too should be lowering rates. The long end of the curve may actually show higher rates as people worry about inflation picking up.
Roger, can I just ask you, though, about that, which is, and it's actually contextual to even these jobs numbers, this bill today. There had been an argument. The conventional wisdom would be if you're going to add a lot more debt to our balance sheet in the United States and the dollar and everything else, you would think that the bond market would be unhappy about that. You would think. And yet, it has not been remarkably unhappy about that. Steve Leisman has made the point, potentially, that there's already a view in the marketplace, forget about next month or the month after, that a year from now, there will be a different person in that Jay Powell role, and that they'll be lowering interest rates. Do you think that is what accounts for what's happening here?
No, I don't. I think what's happening here is there are many cross currents that are driving the bond market. One is the ones you just talked about, which is, more debt. One would think that would be raising interest rates. Remember, there's also some talk among some economists, and even I saw in a CEO survey, of a much slower economy and possibility of having to cut, not for good reasons, but for bad reasons. So I think there's some who have seen that as a possibility. So there are many cross currents here, but I do not think that a Fed that is perceived to be beholden to the administration, any administration, or a Fed that's perceived to be ready to cut rates at a moment's notice is necessarily going to be a good thing. And I don't understand why that analysis is even in the marketplace.
Are you surprised the bond market is not speaking? Are you surprised the bond market is not speaking more vocally, though, when you hear the president go to take to Truth Social and say that Jay Powell should resign, as he did overnight?
Yes, to be fair, I am. I hear among individuals, obviously, a concern about that. But as I said, there are lots of cross currents that drive this. And some of it may well be a fear that the economy, as some of your panelists are talking about, is actually a little weaker than people perceive. And that may be also weighing a little bit on interest rates at the longer end. So I agree with you. It's a bit of a mystery. Right. I would have expected more of a bond market revolt.
Roger, we have to leave it here for now. I want to wish you a very happy July 4th weekend and look forward to talking to you very, very soon.
Same to you. Thank you.
Coming up, a vote on President Trump's broad tax cut and spending bill is expected as soon as Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries yields the floor. He's reading letters about how the bill will hurt Americans sent from citizens in districts represented by Republicans who voted to advance the bill. We'll continue to bring you live updates throughout the morning. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. we never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
In a Jurassic world, every Jeep vehicle is Jurassic rated. Experience open-air freedom for all. Unsurpassed towing, no matter what it is. Or a third row to fit in all the adventure. Jeep, Jurassic World Rebirth.
Right now, with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $8,177 below MSRP on 2025 Jeep Gladiator, Rubicon, and Mojave models. Hurry, this great offer will become extinct July 31st.
Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving? America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year?
The list revealed July 10th and streaming on CNBC Plus.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America. Because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington. For the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
The Chevy 4th of July event is on, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $8,000 in total value. That's 15% below MSRP, plus Texas residents can get an additional $1,000 bonus cash.
Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
La Roche-Posay UV Pro Sport. Feel the heat, not the burn. Advanced UV protection for high-intensity activities. Feel the heat in your body, not the burn. Stays put while you're active. Will not run into eyes. Protect your game with La Roche-Posay UV Pro Sport Sunscreen. Dermatologist tested, professional athlete approved. La Roche-Posay.
Welcome back to Squawk. The U.S. markets are closed for the 4th of July tomorrow. But on Monday, we got a big show. Lots that have happened probably over the weekend. But then there's this. Squawk Box has a huge interview coming up with New York Mayor Eric Adams. He's going to join us live on the broadcast, and we're going to get into all of it. So you're going to want to tune in for that. Meantime, a final check on the markets. 53 points higher on the Dow. NASDAQ up about 43 points. The S&P 500 up about 8 points. We will see what happens with the big, beautiful bill today, and we want to wish you, Melissa, a thank you for waking up early with us.
My pleasure.
And you a happy Independence Day, everybody. Have a great weekend. Make sure you join us on Monday. Squawk on the Street starts now.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber. He is still Jim Cramer. And we are live from Postland at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at stocks, of course. We're closing early today, 1 p.m. close. That's ahead, of course, of the 4th of July holiday weekend. Bond markets will close an hour after that. And there you see, we are headed for a slightly higher open, of course, coming off of those jobs numbers. And that's where our roadmap begins this morning. Futures are getting a lift on better than expected June jobs. Non-farm payrolls up 147,000. And the unemployment rate falling to 4.1%. Plus, we are waiting for that final vote on President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill expected to pass. That's right, pass sometime today. And we also have cooling trade tensions. The U.S. is lifting chips software curves.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, design software specifically. Talking Synopsys, Cadence Design. We'll get into some of the names that are getting a boost in the early going here as a result of that. Let's start, though, with the market reaction to this morning's jobs report and your reaction to it.
Well, look, I'm looking at the Truth Social last night. Too late, should resign immediately. That's a reference to Jay Powell.
You're talking about President Trump's most recent posts on social media, where he just continues his relentless assault on the Fed chairman, urging him to lower rates.
True. But when you saw this, you might have think, ooh, the president has insight about the number. and it turns out that he didn't. And this was a strong number. Now, people will turn to the fact that there was a lot of it was government hiring. The point is that it was a strong number. And I'm never one of those people who just says, well, look, I want to asterisk that. Strong number is a strong number. I don't mean to be like a win's a win, but you have to recognize that this is something that was surprising, given the fact that the president seemed to be indicating that it would be a slowdown. And it calls into question, where are the layoffs other than Microsoft? Where are the AI layoffs? That's a very big issue.
Yeah, so I want to talk about that a bit more because, as you know, I continue to be focused on that, a story in the Journal today. But specific to the market reaction to today's number, 147,000, as we said. And yes, I think 73,000 additions as a result of state and local governments. Right. The federal government continues to lose employees. Right. But overall, this is a good number, a better than expected number, an unemployment rate of 4.1%. Right. And generally, some of the other key metrics that we follow, not of concern, right? So, I mean, Andrew kept asking guests, he asked Roger Ferguson, so what is the conversation between, Powell and Trump like? I don't know what that looks like, but it doesn't look like we get a July rate cut. Not that that was on the table. The question, I guess, is September, although I know your admonition is coming about not talking about the Fed at all, because that's what you've been saying lately. No, I just think that there are so many opportunities here that you can just say, what you say is, okay, that's another number where it's not that important what the Fed does. All I'm saying is that you get past, if it had been a very weak number, my discourse would change. But this is a number which says, okay, on to the next. Right. And on to the next, again, is synopsis, is cadence. What does it mean for NVIDIA? Is an upgrade on Meta, is the potential that we're going to see this accelerated depreciation, which I think people are completely missing, which is amazingly important. As part of the big, beautiful bill.
Yes, I mean, if you took accounting, or even if you did, you just read some stuff, you know that this is big tax deferral. You know that if you have companies reshoring and building, it's really very beneficial. Now, Cramer just said something really positive about Trump. No, this is like what accelerated depreciation
does. You say positive things all the time.
Well, that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying, though, is it improves the cash flow.
Order filled.
One of these things
Order filled.
It produces taxable income initially, so a company might want to reshore.
Order submitted.
Now, we know that the Vietnam got a break. Look, everything's got two sides. I read today that, well, Vietnam could be hurt by this. Well, are you kidding me? I mean, the fact is that we had all these companies that moved, the Williams-Sonomas, the North Faces.
Nike was up a bit, at least to the point. Lulu.
And Columbia.
Right. I mean, again, announce the trade deal with Vietnam, or at least the prospect of a trade deal. They haven't put the final touches on it, of course.
Right.
But Vietnam is a market. It's such a small market for U.S. goods. It's minimal.
Them buying us, no.
Yeah,
but us buying them, yes, because we thought in 2016 that the way to get on the president's good side was to get out of China. We didn't know that Vietnam was.
Nike had yesterday. Obviously, much of the move in Nike really of late has been on the very enthusiastic reaction to their conference call of last week, which we talked about a lot.
CEO talked about sports. It was great that he sit there and talk about
behind them.
TTC.
As we head into the 4th of July weekend, we are expected again the vote on the big beautiful bill. Right. We're going to talk to Emily Wilkins in a moment, just get the update from the Hill there. But beyond that, then we've got July 9th, and the question is to what other, at least close agreements will be in principle of some kind that will mean we won't see a snapback in reciprocal tariffs.
Right.
By the way, is that a concern to you at all in terms of what you look at the short term on the market?
Well, I just think that it's entirely possible that, amazingly, you're going to get deals, and those who are haggling, I mean, maybe Korea gets cut a little, but
Japan doesn't feel like it's as close.
Japan, no.
Based on recent reporting.
But Japan might be an outlier. I'm just saying that it might be. I'm in the media, so I have to be careful. But it may be going the president's way here.
The deals.
Yeah, maybe going the president's way.
And as for the market?
The market's very overbought. I don't like that. That's a technical thing, but it's more than 7 on the S&P oscillator, I find. We've had stocks that have just gone up endlessly on the same information. That always bothers me because that's multiple expansion. At the same time, the breadth of this market takes my breath away. I mean, David, the banks aren't supposed to rattle like that. I mean, the banks are acting as if they are AI machines, and they're not even using much AI yet.
Not yet. And again, I do want to have that conversation with you. One of many we're going to have about.
You want to take it during the commercial? You want to actually have it on air?
I want to have it on air with you. I want to have it on air. But we got plenty of time today.
David, look at these stocks. Okay. Now there was a piece about
these
Goldman
are all
Sachs.
many of them are new highs, if not all of them, if I'm not mistaken.
But these
right?
are
On the big
amazing.
banks.
Look, we have Prime Day coming up. Now, when you said July 9th, the first thing I didn't think about the big, the
trade deal.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Really? Yeah. And
got
thinking
anything
about
on your
Andy
list
Jassy
there,
said
Jim?
the Prime's going to be big.
It's going to be big.
And that Prime is an inflation fighter. So you have these numbers that come out, and they're not that inflationary, right? But they're not deflationary yet. So it's kind of like too late, pal. No, on time, pal.
On time, pal. That's what you're going with? On time, pal. So you're crossing out too late and replacing it with on time?
Like, why did you can do an apology? You can say, look, I'm pressuring this guy too much. That would be, like, amazing.
What?
If the president offered an apology.
Has that ever happened? Once? Let's get to President Trump's.
I mean, if you
let's let Jim think about that for a while, and let's talk about President Trump's massive tax and spending cuts bill, of course, set up for a final passage vote. Overnight, Republicans did clear a procedural hurdle. The legislation is now advancing this after a group of GOP holdouts, well, they changed their minds. They voted in favor. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been at the podium for quite some time, speaking out against the bill. He's at around the 4-hour mark now.
4-hour mark from here.
In terms of how long he's been speaking.
Wait, he's going to cut into the 10 or the 9?
He's not cutting into anything.
No, I'm saying, well, let's cut in. Is he going to stop?
I have no idea how long he's going. I don't know what his plan is.
Nor does he, I think.
Let's get to Emily Wilkins. She's got the latest for us in terms of when I guess we can expect to actually see the vote. Emily.
Hey, David. Well, we were initially told this morning that we should have seen the vote at around, the 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock hour. Clearly, that's not happening. Obviously, this is a very big moment for Republicans, for President Donald Trump to get his agenda passed. It's a huge, huge win that Republicans are going to be touting really for the rest of this year into the 2026 midterm campaign. So perhaps no surprise then that Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries is taking this moment to steal a little bit of that spotlight and to make this speech. The last time when everything was reversed, when it was Democrats that were moving a major bill and it was Republicans that were in the House minority, you actually saw then Kevin McCarthy go for 8 hours and 32 minutes. So perhaps Jeffries is going for a record today. Perhaps we get something a little bit sooner than that. But look, either way, this bill is on the glide path to passage. We saw a very key vote. It took place early this morning, basically just on the procedural. We saw all but one Republican vote for that. We've now heard from holdouts like Congressman Ralph Norman, who say, when I spoke with Trump, he made the argument that if any changes get made to the bill, it gets sent back to the Senate, where Trump argued it's only going to be made worse for your fiscal hawks. And so that was part of the reason that they agreed to just move forward with this now. Obviously, we knew that some form of this bill was always going to pass. Major tax package, making sure that there is not an increase on taxes at Americans for the end of the year, as well as other big priorities. Defense is in here, energy spending, border spending, all things that Republicans promised to deliver. And I think it's really just a matter of time now until that does pass the House and, of course, then gets to Trump before that July 4th deadline. Guys?
He will have made his deadline as he was obviously wanted, and we'll get that. And so there have been no changes at all. Everything we discussed, obviously, in terms of the Senate bill remains. Including, by the way, I would point, I know you've made this point, I just want to make it again. They did throw out that moratorium on doing any regulation of AI, so that's no longer in there. But everything else is. The wind and the solar, all the things that we've talked about impacting various stocks here as well.
Yes, I mean, the wind and solar, there were a lot of changes kind of making the timeline longer than shorter than longer than shorter. What they eventually wind up as is that the companies can get these tax credits as long as they begin construction by 2027. We should also note, because it has been discussed a little bit on here, we talked about that revenge tax, that up to 20 or 15%, depending what version you were looking at, tax on multinational corporations, as well as investors from companies that had put a retaliatory tax on the U.S. That, of course, also been taken out of the bill at this point. So a couple of last-minute changes there. Certainly, though, a lot that is still in this bill in terms of taxes that a lot of the business community wanted to see, a lot that's in there. If you are a middle-class individual in a high-tax state, you now have a higher SALT cap, a higher SALT deduction that you can take for the next couple of years. That was a really hard-fought victory for this. And then just another, there are so many different provisions within this nearly 1,000-page bill. But I think for at least some of the key ones, the back and forth, at least you did no more AI moratorium on that. Of course, it will be interesting now to see if that encourages lawmakers here in the Capitol to actually pass federal legislation that could preempt some of those state laws, because that's the real concern, that as states begin to implement their own AI laws, there's a patchwork. That's a lot of things that AI companies want to avoid right now.
Got it. Emily, we'll be watching and waiting, of course, for when it actually when the voting begins.
Order
Keith
canceled.
Jeffries obviously
Order
continues.
filled.
And that was a great little bit of information that McCarthy went over 8 hours.
Right. Now, look, I think this 1,000, you got to take this home this weekend. And you got to look for the anomalies, because there's money to be made. There's stocks that we aren't thinking about. Right now, we're focused on a few solar stocks and some wind stocks. But this thing probably is a giveaway for a bunch of companies that we haven't thought about yet.
Well, you talked about some of the big stuff, which is the depreciation.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
immediate. I mean, 100%, right? You can write it off.
I think people have, look, it's accounting and therefore it's boring. But if you're going to reshore, this just gave you the green light of let's just start building right now.
You can write it off immediately year one.
I saw some story about Samsung's delaying completion of a chip plan for lack of customers, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about American companies saying, you know what?
Order submitted.
This is a giveaway. I got to start building. And that's going to happen. And that is, like it or not, if you do it with Rockwell Automation, say, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Rockwell Automation is doing incredibly well, and that's who you might call.
Speaking of building, let's move on to the AI front, and it is specific to a lot of building that is going on. Published reports saying OpenAI has agreed to a $30 billion deal. It would rent 4.5 gigawatts of computing power from Oracle. Remember, that's how we measure it now. It's how much energy does it consume. And that will help it develop multiple data centers throughout the U.S. It marks an expansion of the Stargate project. Remember, OpenAI launched that. Of course, its key partner is SoftBank, Oracle as well. I think it's MGX. Back in January. Now, the 4.5 gigawatts, that's the equivalent to roughly a quarter of the current operational data capacity in the United States. Every gigawatt sometimes is equivalent of powering 750,000
times
homes.
4.5.
So, yeah, I mean, you're talking about a medium-sized city.
That's why this is the revolution. This is the other part of the revolution that Jensen talked about, which is that, look, you got to power this stuff. And when you speak a lot of these companies, that's what comes up first, power. So, I mean,
it always comes up. We've talked about it endlessly.
Right.
We will continue to. It is the gating issue.
I mean,
it's still a question in terms of how quickly the grid can keep up. I've talked often about Elon Musk's efforts in Memphis, for example. I mentioned that company the other day because, I mean, there you're talking about the same kind of thing. The Memphis Chamber of Commerce, XAI has chosen a site in Memphis to build this new supercomputer, and they've got to get it powered also. I'm just looking here because I'm looking back at some notes I have on it in terms of getting the permits, getting everything in place. That's what you're dealing with.
I mean, you're going to
when
see,
it comes to powering all of this stuff.
Obviously, the president wants accelerated permits everywhere, and there's a federal judge could he's going to start haranguing, I think harassing federal judges who get in his way. Why not?
Yep.
And I do think that we when I speak to Andy Jassy, CEO of Amazon earlier this week, he's talking about the belt of the Pittsburgh belt. I mean, David, Pittsburgh's a great city, and they've had more business come away than go to. But now there's a Pittsburgh belt. Maybe it's related to Carnegie Mellon, and it's going to be a giant construction site. Susquehanna, near where I grew up, there's a nuclear power plant. Amazon took a lot of land. I mean, this is what's happening. Entergy. You're seeing. Louisiana,
areas where you
but
can
we
get
aren't
power.
Talking about it.
You can get a decent amount of power, and you can get it to the site.
Right, but we aren't talking about it. It's this grid revolution.
We are talking about it. What do you mean we're not talking about it? We talk about it every day.
Companies.
Oh, I'll leave that to you.
Well,
That's your job.
A social studies class?
That's your job, man.
This is
Figure
social
it out.
studies. Okay, let's talk about Marx. No, I mean, it's Emerson.
Not again. No more Marx.
Okay, let's talk about, I don't know, Wendell Willkie, G.E. Vernova. What?
Willkie.
Hey, he can't. One world, man.
We're going to be talking
You
about
study
Marx.
Willkie lately?
We're going to be talking about engineering.
Did you study how good Willkie was?
Here in New York, we're going to be talking about...
Immediately endorsed Roosevelt. Immediately endorsed Roosevelt.
Got it. All right, take a look at futures. Remember, it's a shortened session today. 1 p.m. end to trading, so get ready. We open at 9:30 as usual. That's 13 minutes from now. We are looking for a slightly higher open. A lot more Squawk on the Street straight ahead.
Comcast Business doesn't just power businesses. We help turn them into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
When a pioneering investment inspires you to dig deeper and step up to the highest level, that's the PIF effect.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
Which American states are driving business, surviving, and thriving? America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year?
The list revealed July 10th and streaming on CNBC+. Double your investor IQ. Become a smarter investor and save when you bundle CNBC Pro and Jim Cramer's Investing Club. 2 premium investing tools, 1 special price. Go to cnbc.com/access now. Terms and restrictions apply.
Wrexham has been this roller coaster of magic.
To make a diamond, you have to have pressure.
It's a friendly competition. Well, not so friendly.
What could possibly go wrong?
Sponsored by Stoke, official cold brew coffee of Wrexham AFC.
All right, take a look at some of the gainers as we get ready to open 10 minutes from now. We're going to talk a bit about Cadence and Synopsys. They're 2 of the names as a result of that U.S. lifting a chip design software curbs on China as part of the developing trade deal between the 2 countries. Jim and I will talk a bit more about that. But first, we'll get Jim's Mad Dash read to us.
Something amazing is happening here. Possibilities are multiplying. That's because CDW architects are maximizing AI capabilities across organizations with Microsoft Copilot. AI-powered solutions and devices make complex tasks easier and cybersecurity stronger, so everyone on your team stays protected and productive. Make amazing happen. Microsoft and CDW.
Hey, Mitch. How's the financial freakout going?
I got a financial professional now.
So we're not going to come to life every night and console you?
Nope.
Oh, thank goodness.
Not worrying all night about your finances? The feeling is Mass Mutual.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Gaggenau creates luxury kitchen appliances for those who appreciate the extraordinary. We are dedicated to the idea of less for a life of more. Because luxury is not an object calling attention to itself. Luxury is how...
Good morning. We got 8 minutes left. Let's see, NQ all-time high is 936.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Morgan Stanley.
Looks like it's gonna pump at open, so I want a short, but I'm scared.
Really important for the future of humanity. Companies like Voyager
You just woke up.
adapt to change. They create innovation, space, defense, national security.
Man, NQ went all-time high after that. It's gonna be hard to trade today. I don't remember. I think so. And make sure you close out TPT before the market closes. That'll blow your account. Yeah, I have to stop like around 11.
That's for the week. Where do you want to go? Much like prefaces, Laura Martin's work and Needham's very provocative. But she had a
Order filled.
Oh shit, Sonny. Hey, what's up, Rose?
Order submitted.
Where you been?
She was worried about costs. She was worried that rapidly rising reality lab losses.
Are you starting to trade now? Yeah, the bot was long before that and got like 100 points. Which account you playing? Oh. Get TPT before the end of July 4th because the sale is going to be over. And it's 40% off right now, that's why. Yeah.
Business, which we've been focused on, namely how many employees.
Yeah, you should do that. The challenge starts Monday. It's only $59 for the 50K account, and it comes with free activation. You should. It's actually pretty fun.
But you had a really bad call. This has not been a company you wanted to not own, right? Let's go back a little bit. Maybe we got 1 year.
It's hard now, and everything's all-time high.
Yeah, but I do think that when we look at Meta, we keep forgetting the fact that this guy is.
I mean, 15 minutes looks like it's gonna go up more. We got like 3 squeezes that's to the upside, but 3 minutes is kind of topping out. Well, it's gonna go up some more, but that opens. Usually it pumps at open, so I don't know. Just take the profit on one pick. It's not gonna do anything. I hate when it does that and you end up blowing just for one pick.
I like the pictures of you in your suit and tie on your knees.
4 minutes.
I'm going to be trying to prune this to manage. All right, we got a lot more for you. Don't go anywhere. By the way,
Order filled.
By listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Order submitted.
We got 4 minutes from now.
I'm gonna cancel this shit.
Order canceled.
Guess I'll just try eval.
Streaming platform from the #1 source in business news.
Order
Watch
submitted.
live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus. Now,
in this roller coaster of...
Oh, you on the Apex funding? Nice. I think today and tomorrow counts as one day, or yesterday and today counts as one day. And then Friday and Monday counts as one day.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
I don't know. I don't remember seeing it. This is like the first time. At noon too.
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an HEB Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Order filled. We guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with
Oh
good
shit.
choice of
I
our
think
best
you
plans.
going short. Oh, I didn't want to shorten this one. No, not my TPT.
Order submitted.
Order filled.
Oh, what the hell is going on? Too late.
Order filled.
What AT&T does
Order submitted.
our best deals on any smartphone.
Yeah, I forgot to cancel the short on my Pro.
And we mean any.
No. I don't play NQ on the Pro. One day I don't play MNQ. Yeah, I don't play NQ on Sunday.
Sweet thing everywhere.
Guess I just got a bag hole.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I'm so scared.
We can raise
30, 34, 34, whole bunch of accounts I gotta cancel.
Connection lost.
Yeah. I mean, it just hit new all-time high just now, earlier.
Years of yesterday's.
1 minute, come on, dude, dump this shit for me.
Invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
All right, we got 1 minute before we get trading. Get started with trading here. Going to digest the jobs report that, as we told you at the top of the hour, of course, was better than expected. 147,000 jobs were added. Now you can get a little deeper in it and start to say, well, is the private sector really doing its part? But the number was better. Yields moved higher, Jim. Yep. But stocks have maintained.
Order cancel.
Wow.
Sandy's going up again.
What a fuck.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
I didn't miss it. That's no. No. Oh no, yeah, the Pro got out, but Apex, I'm still in.
Order submitted.
Yeah. Well, all the screens are gone. You see on the radar screen on my YouTube? All the screens are gone now. Well, not the 15 minutes. It still has room for more upside.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Submitted.
Yeah.
Order canceled.
Operation sale back almost 49 years ago here in New York. Over at the
Order
NASDAQ, Arrive
submitted.
AI, that's an autonomous delivery network celebrating a recent listing.
A lot of listings, David. A lot of listings. We know it's all easier. The deregulation is a story we don't talk about enough because like you get a FERC. Okay, FERC is deregulating like man, and that is going to eventually impact.
Order filled. Order filled.
Where number was you got people raising price targets. I mean, the natural gas, all the pipelines, the oil pipelines, they're all being deregulated, and FERC have been very tough. So you take it's the agencies. Now, I remember you and I talked about
I'm shorting. I'm not longing this high.
The agencies reflect the president's judgment.
Order submitted.
The agencies are
Damn, I'm down 1,000 on my 150K TPT eval. Yeah.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
Yeah, they changed the standards to a certain extent, and all of the
Order
banks
submitted.
came out with very strong results as a result of that. And in fact, we're able to have excess capital,
I'm
which
not
we talked
long
about
on.
yesterday. But and much of that coming back to shareholders in the way of dividend increases as opposed to just straight buybacks.
33% when it comes to the absolute gold.
Oh, baby, drop it for daddy.
But we pointed out these banks have had
They've had such
quite a move of late, and the group overall has performed very well. I mean, J.P. Morgan now is more than an $800 billion market.
But that's finally right. I mean,
There we go.
you know James Dunn better than anybody in the media. They built a powerhouse, and it wasn't reflected in the price to earnings multiple or price to book, and now it's being reflected because that is a worldwide leader.
It is. There's Goldman, of course, also, basically right around new highs, up some 25%.
Oh, I'm doing the My Funded Futures giveaway on YouTube tomorrow, so don't forget to show up in the morning.
The highest net worth individuals.
Yeah.
And Morgan Stanley do around the
You got the
world,
points, right,
not
Chris?
just in the US.
See, that's the Goldman strategy that hunt for elements. I like Morgan Stanley.
Yeah, you should. Just keep typing.
Yeah.
People companies that are back to really great wealth management fortune. It's really interesting. I find that BlackRock is the one that no one talks about.
And why do you think that is?
Yeah, 3 minutes overbought.
Because it's wrong. I mean, they should be talking about what they're
We
doing
got
in infrastructure,
room to
which
go
is
up a
very
little bit
important.
more.
Today there's a story about maybe they're going to monetize some Saudi Aramco stuff, and nobody even
Well, I mean,
cares.
BlackRock is very much focused as well on figuring out various products that can
Oh, that's right. The infrastructure
credit to the masses, so to speak, and private equity, but
You're not still long, are you, Chris?
markets to a broader array of investors. It's not the most easy of things to solve, but they're in the midst of doing
You've
that.
got an infrastructure fund for 401k that's producing remarkable returns.
Yeah.
Order canceled.
Alright, got out my bonus. We did bad on bonus today.
Again, back to infrastructure. You need the capital to help build to finance the building of data centers and the power that finances them and everything else associated with them. Right there, you're talking
Yeah,
about
take-
hundreds and hundreds of
It's
billions
topping
of dollars
out.
in capital
It's a
that is needed.
revolution in spending. And that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get a little more idea focus for our viewers.
Yeah.
Because it's very rare that you ever have a
If it pumps
tsunami
again,
of
just
money
short it.
coming in to a business that hasn't really been.
What people like in the private credit
don't
part
blame
of
me,
that, in terms of the data center business, is the credits you're taking on are Meta, Microsoft, Amazon. You're talking about the best of the best.
Right. Much better than the credit of the United States.
Are you
can
long?
get a decent return, which they can generate.
Okay.
If you're Apollo and you're looking to help finance one of these data centers that Meta is buying, is all the computers for them. Right. But yeah, it's a great deal.
Oh,
So
damn.
they'll do it all day long.
Do you remember when
Order
Larry Gold,
submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
was very apologetic about GE Vernova because windmills, turbines have been, the accounting
Order
for turbines
submitted.
had been somewhat disturbing in a previous regime.
Order
And he
filled.
said,
Order filled.
Order submitted.
GE Vernova at 500.
Order
it
filled.
It could what?
It could double.
Well, yeah, it could, but over
It's
a reasonable
139
time.
billion.
Okay, so you
Order canceled.
But
Nice.
they're not expanding the way I want them to. Scott Grizzly.
we haven't talked at all though about the lack of. that all the
Order
subsidies
submitted.
for wind,
Order filled.
where they played
Order canceled.
gone away.
But they do seem
Order
in favor of
submitted.
coming in favor of America.
They do, but it still conceivably will have a
Order
depressive
submitted.
effect on the capital
Yes,
moving
it
into
will.
that area. So
Yes,
you
it
won't have as many of these things being
Well,
built.
I'm hoping it forces them and
Man,
they
Anki
go
was
up
strong.
to open new plants to make turbines. Because the turbine shortage is
Not-
incredible. They cost $50 million. So if
Might
you're
have
someone in
averaged
these
down.
countries that Liberation Day got hurt, you can call GE Vernova and say, listen, I need 10 turbines. And then you go to the president and say, hey, listen, I'm changing that balance right now.
Order
When
filled.
it's going to replace airlines.
By the way, when he says turbine, he really means turbine. Just to
Order
be clear
submitted.
here. not talking about he's talking about a giant thing.
What do people think I'm just wrong?
Order
Nobody has
submitted.
any idea what
GE calls them turbines. I've gone over this with them many times.
Order canceled.
You know what? I come back to the same jokes time and again.
And I like
Order
this. Whenever
submitted.
The late Roger Ailes told me that the American people haven't heard it until Senate.
Exactly. And we test that all the time.
Yes,
Because we say the same things.
But I think GE Vernova being, if they expanded, if they put up more factories, which they haven't, because historically they've been fooled by this, you have a $139 billion company, a $260 billion company.
Okay. Jim, we haven't gotten to, not that much news this morning, but there is some in this U.S. lifting of the chip design software curbs on China as part of
Have
the
you talked to Lynn?
trade deal.
Rose?
So you have these export license requirements for chip design software sales in China, and they're going away.
Okay.
And we've heard that and been confirmed by the likes of Synopsys, Cadence Design,
She's at the
Siemens as
funeral,
well.
so I think she's getting better.
Synopsys said we received a letter from the Bureau of Industry and Security of the Department of Commerce informing Synopsys that the export restrictions related to China have now been rescinded.
So y'all don't live nearby?
Immediately. You can see the impact. Not that great, but it's
It's not nearby. I'm talking about like.
I gotta tell you, these partners, they're number one. These companies, their number one partnerships are with NVIDIA. That NVIDIA does chips for them,
right?
And they do software for NVIDIA. So my question is, when I put this already to the CEOs, both Synopsys and Cadence,
Vegas?
Where's NVIDIA? And Dr. Andrew
Oh, wow, my sister's moving there.
He's just terrific.
Yeah.
He's the CEO of
Scottsdale?
Yeah. And then we have, I'm looking, what was that?
Somebody dropped
That was disturbing.
Yeah.
But when you see Mr. Sasson Ghazi, he's a Synopsys, and you say to yourself, are you kidding me? Do you really think that this is not going to lead to NVIDIA coming in? I mean, these companies are like this with NVIDIA. I spent a lot of time.
So you view this as a positive sign for NVIDIA's ability to go back to selling chips in China. Is that what I'm picking up here?
Well, I've got to tell you, I can't get it confirmed. I'm trying to get it confirmed this morning.
Because that would be, obviously, we talked a lot about the market there. Now, by the way, the Chinese are making their own chips, not as powerful, not as strong,
not this
fair. Certainly not quite
Looks
matching
like
our
it's
own,
coming
but
down.
they are very competitive in
Order
AI.
canceled.
When it comes to Cadence and Synopsys, they are nowhere.
Interesting.
Yes.
Now we should point out
I'll
again.
be
back
sure
to
to
the trade
Gambit.
agreement
That's
that
some easy money.
Remember, they had
Order
Geneva,
submitted.
and they reached it. Then they
Oh, what are
reached
you
it in
long?
London. Or was it? I was forgetting.
Oh,
which
shit.
but
Yeah, 150K?
Right. And so now
Wow.
we hope also that they're delivering on the rare earths.
Right, but this is to be,
Again, they were not really delivering on as they were supposed to.
Yeah, why are you long at
The initial
all-time high?
discussion
Order
of the
filled.
deal.
you give them Cadence and Synopsys, you're giving them NVIDIA.
Wow.
NVIDIA is
Order submitted.
They're the software for the
I'm
hardware.
getting out most of my short now.
You can't make the big Blackwell chips without.
Well, I'm taking profits. I don't trust the market. It's gonna go up again because the 15 minutes still got room for upside. I just want a better position on a short if it goes up.
You're getting a lot of their stuff. They're hand in glove. And I don't think people seem to
Order
realize.
submitted.
Oh my god.
Order
Wait,
canceled.
on your long? I mean, you're short though. Short should be up.
Order submitted.
Right. We have some amazing companies in this country that we don't see. And those two CEOs I mentioned are.
What's the positions? What are you short at?
Now, David, I had a company on last night called the.
Oh, you'll get there. I'll go down.
Oh yeah, I recall you teasing that.
Right.
What did they have to talk about?
Vancouver, BC, where I was with my kids. Well, they're trying to get rare minerals from the.
Is this a speculative company?
Hey, buddy, you trading now?
I brought them on because people keep asking about this stuff.
You missed the YOLO on Apex for NFP.
Things they kind of vacuum the minerals up. David, I would never put this company on a year. I just would.
You still got Apex
We were in
evals?
a crazy time. I mean, maybe you were you are supposed to make
Yeah, that's
editorial
the Medicaid.
judgments of your own based on risky stuff, making a decision as to whether to give somebody the platform of your show. So 100%.
Oh, it did.
That. I assume you did.
Yeah, went all-time high.
Responsible journalist would say, he said, I think it's very risky stuff. He disagreed with me. Yeah. But what do you do when you have viewers who are frantic about getting into the metals company?
Yeah, you better wake up with CPI
They
then.
get the minerals from the ocean floor. And
Yeah, I got a couple more for CPI.
allows it to be drilled. Remember, the president encouraged this company. In the Daniel Ives piece from Wedbush, we have him on. He's a fashion plate. And it's a very positive note. I mentioned this because we live in the time to cover this.
Gambit is long.
Covering the rest of corporate America.
Gambit, what are you long at? 80?
I mentioned all everything because I'm stuck with viewers who call me about this.
Oh, you'll be fine. I think I'll go back up. I think.
And I've gone and studied. I have to present this to them. I can't make a judgment. Even if it's bad news that you ultimately present to them, Jim?
I should have averaged down with that 150K. What is it, green? I need 28 to get out.
This is an era where you can't just say, that's a SPAC that makes no sense. When the president has said, look, I am encouraging people to drill in the ocean floor to bring up rare minerals. And this company has taken it upon itself to do that.
Order
now, I can
submitted.
easily say, well, forget them. I've got to wait until Caterpillar wants to do it. But I can't.
When you do, just post your account number in that trade channel and I'll add you in.
Don't dismiss me. I'm not dismissing you. I think it's a dangerous
Order
road. You know
submitted.
that, and you can sit here and say, "Well, I sent the stock up a lot," and
I'll
at the same
DM
time,
you
2 weeks
later.
later, say, "Well, I'm sorry I did that." Because ultimately, this is not a company that is deserving of that. I'm not saying that's anything, but that happens. Are you going to use our audience to raise money? Right? I wouldn't like that. And they did it. You said no, and then they did. And that was their
Need $20 more and $400 more in Apex, and I can request a payout in 5 days.
Order submitted.
Gambit might.
If you're capable of that as we wrap up this is part of the show. The story in the journal today, CEO starts saying the quiet part out loud, AI will wipe out jobs. And one of the focuses is your friend Jim Farley, who's always outspoken and willing to say things if any CEOs or not. Stop me flying. Now there are obviously a lot of people on both sides of this debate in terms of what the impact will be of AI on so many jobs. And, obviously we're talking. You talk often about the factory floor, but here we're really talking about the lawyers.
Order filled.
Oh.
I mean, you go on and on from so many of the
There
different
you
people
go.
whose jobs
Gambit,
became
get out.
impacted.
Order submitted.
Bankers. It hasn't happened yet. Not yet, but could it be coming, and will it be coming? And by the way, the profitability of corporate America.
Whoa, some data came out.
By the efficiencies introduced.
Yeah, something came out.
At what point
It's
does
moving.
it become a larger conversation? If this happens, if we have 20%, 30% of the workforce suddenly being displaced.
I hope you got out too.
High-end jobs. Do we have a conversation around capitalism? What's our system going to look like? I think it's a great issue. It's the
How much you make?
Because you go to law school and get out jobs because
What, 1 NQ?
few jobs because the lawyers are using AI to do indentures and not
Wow,
using
3 NQ.
very expensive people to proofread. I mean,
Order canceled.
the
Order
auditors,
submitted.
Wow.
but there's big shortage of auditors. Maybe it would help them. But I come back to what NVIDIA says, which is that these people will now be empowered
Order
to create
canceled.
new companies, and ultimately there'll be more jobs.
Okay.
Order
I
submitted.
really believe that. You believe that? Yes, I do. In my heart and soul, I believe that it's very positive for.
You gonna send me some money for the pizza party for my kids?
Entrepreneurial systems. I mean, look into
Order
it as probably.
Oh no, they don't want pizza. I asked them CC and they said, no, we don't want it, Uncle. So I'm gonna take them to sushi. Fancy little kids.
Yeah.
Well, these kids, they were born in Japan. Well, these kids are born in Japan, so they don't like American food.
I think the level of trust of AI is not as high as we. Yeah. I read Jim saying that.
It was a Japanese American base, so they were citizens.
But this is the question I asked Jassy and he punched it.
Glad you got out, dude. It's going down.
2-year degree where your specialty is something that is in short supply, or it's better to have a 4-year degree where you study English.
Order submitted.
Like, wow.
think better to have an English degree these days than one in computer science. It's completely flipped.
What are you going to do with this? I helped start it.
Oh, I mean, English, you could, of course, I am an English major, so I'm talking my own book here, but you at least can
But my dad was
try and have some understanding of the world. Or what may be important is this, the ability still to connect, converse,
Look, it's
critical thinking.
You're the only person I know who is thinking about this like I am. Constantly thinking about this because
Order filled.
It's going to be ROI. It's going to be existential.
I mean, John Brotman, who's the
Order submitted.
president at Bucknell, when I
Order
went to hear
filled.
when she talked about the ROI of going to a good college, right? Is this diminishing the ROI?
Order filled.
Because are people coming out of college with a marketing degree?
Order submitted.
Why do we need that if Zuckerberg is
Order
saying
submitted.
you don't even work anymore? Just send
The
me a
market
check.
is crazy.
Jim, we gotta end this for now. To be
But this is
continued.
these
Real quick news flash for you.
Order
Trump,
filled.
President has
Order filled.
media
Order
coverage that
submitted.
he will be speaking
Order
with
filled.
President Putin at 10
Order
a.m.
filled.
Eastern.
No, it's still going.
And apparently Ukrainian President Zelensky is
Order
also,
submitted.
I guess, likely to speak by phone
Order filled.
Friday as well.
Order filled.
I believe, to the president. All right.
Order filled. Order
Right
filled.
now, 10 a.m. All right. Meanwhile, a few moments ago, we did get services PMI. Rick
The
Santelli
average
has
down
that
is
for us.
TCG at 85.
This is the first
No, I'm
batch.
short.
Order
Where's the
submitted.
email?
At the top of the hour. These are final reads.
Yeah.
So 53.1 gets downgraded just a bit to
Oh, I guess it's the
52.9.
data.
Still above 50. Haven't been below 50 since
4
Jan
minutes
of
to go.
23. This will be the weakest just since April. So solid
I'm up
numbers.
$22 for a payout on TPT
And if you look
again.
at the composite that was serviced, the composite.
I need a
also
traded by payout. Come on.
From 50
Order canceled.
to 52.9.
200 away.
Also hasn't been below 50 since Jan of 23.
Yeah,
This is the best since just
I'm
May
gonna
of
try to
this
get
year.
it today.
But these are pretty good
Order
numbers, so the
submitted.
final reads did move just a smidge. ISM factory orders, durable goods, top of the hour, 147,000. A very solid jobs report. Unemployment rate dropped to 4.1. We're seeing the equity market strong. We're seeing interest rates up, and well, you're not going to be seeing squawk on the
Because
street for
IPO
about a
going
minute
up
or
now.
two because we're going to take a very short break.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yesterday. Yeah, 15 minutes on my stream still got room, but 3 minutes way overbought, so I'm thinking another drop. I don't know, I'm still shorting.
Order submitted.
Always. That's long too.
Fixed income.
No, yesterday I followed the bot. I made good money.
So fast. The agents apply.
I hate all-time high though.
Legendary, so well written. You have access to officially
Still going.
That's why you brand with National. You can skip the counter. Choose any vehicle on Campbell Island. Because travel is the competition.
Order filled.
Oh, you did? Oh my god. Eval,
Order
right?
submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Or is this a little more your style?
Order
Declaring
canceled.
wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal.
That's
It's
true.
easy when markets are going
Order
up.
submitted.
But what about when they're not? That's why you need
Order
this.
filled.
For Fisher's
Order
Retirement
submitted.
Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility. Our stock market
Order
outlook,
filled.
plus the
Order
Fisher Investment
submitted.
Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Order canceled.
Fisher Investments'
Order
disciplined
canceled.
approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need
Order
to reach
submitted.
a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better.
Yeah,
than
Rips,
our
yeah.
clients do.
Everybody loaded up on that.
Free retirement survival kit.
Yeah.
1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement
He
is
made
on
a
track.
ton
If your
of money.
portfolio is $1 million
A ton of money.
Call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Yeah, I bought a bunch too. Yeah, I already knew he'll get it too. Yeah.
Filled.
Oh, what the fuck? Forgot. That's not good for me. Everything gets hit. Oh man. Didn't
Order submitted.
forgot to cancel. We dropped.
Order submitted.
Oh.
Solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life
Order
we want to
submitted.
build. And our experienced advisors design
I
custom
don't
built
know.
strategies to help you get there.
I got 2 NQ
It's time
now.
for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for
Dang. It went up. No, it didn't hit 23,000. Almost did.
They want to take samples while they're alive?
support already PG-13.
From President Trump's, of course, massive bill, otherwise known as the Big Beautiful bill, to the July 9th tariff deadline. Yep, don't miss it. Interview with that man, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Very level-headed.
Order submitted.
That will be on Money Movers this morning, 11:30 Eastern. Speaking of President's bill, next week Leslie Picker is going to explain what is at stake if the U.S. doesn't rein in the budget deficit. Be all-day coverage as well. Special report. America is fabulous. Deficit does a fantastic job. Reckoning. That's all day Monday right here on CNBC. Up next. Stop trading.
Nice. Give a payout or no? Not yet.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ with corporate innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at invested.com.
I still love to surf, snowboard.
I think we're gonna get 23,000.
So I take Cuno Magnesium to support my
Order
muscle
submitted.
Well, that would have been good, Gambit. That 15 minutes actually really good, and they'll tell you long term.
Cuno, the brand I trust.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars.
I don't want to go long. I'm stuck on short at 84.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Yeah.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Let me see if I can get that trade aid.
See you tomorrow.
What news?
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
It's all about execution.
I hope it doesn't pump anymore.
Early edition of Closing Bell Overtime. Market wrap-up before the holiday weekend. Plus, analysis of the June jobs report. John Fort, Morgan Brennan, Closing Bell Overtime. Today 1 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Families laugh, families love, families eat a lot. Good thing you ordered now with membership.
Cancel.
$0 delivery fees on grocery orders. So while you may feel like you're stocking your pantry 8 days a week, your wallet doesn't. Save more on groceries. with
Order
Dash Pass.
filled.
Start your free
Order canceled.
Wow,
If
that's a
wallets can feel,
23,000.
does that mean they also laugh and love?
Order submitted.
Jim Gaffigan, Loser, Roywood Jr. Mr. Stephen. What?
You know, it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Writing stand-up specials. Now streaming.
Are you still short? Okay.
Second acts when it comes to business. July 19th.
Can't log into Lucid for some
8
reason.
million PCs went black because of a glitch caused by CrowdStrike.
Someone would have got filled.
Stock was at $279. Well, this morning with the stock at $509, went push. Dan Ives, this is my Dan Ives day, raises his price target from $525 to $575. But a lot of people who felt this company was finished.
Well, not you. To be fair, because I am your biggest critic, but also your biggest supporter.
Jordan.
And you were positive throughout there. I mean,
Yeah,
you mentioned Le
first.
Mans at least 1,000 times too many,
One Le Mans.
but you did make the point that you thought they would get
There
through
we
it.
go.
Yes,
You
and
were right.
and I just think I salute George, and I think he went and visited every client. There's some people who feel that he lost no one other than Del.
Then you had him on. You gave him a relatively tough.
He really wanted to come on our show and say, "Listen, I screwed up. Apology."
Have a good weekend gardening.
Hey, you just
Tweet out some pictures of you in the suit and tie.
I'm gonna have to change. I think I have to go to a. I don't know. What do you think? Change the tie.
Order
Get a
filled.
tie that has like tomato.
Order
Really go
submitted.
with a bigger thing.
Yeah.
The Ferragamo's the one they give me, so I'll probably wear that.
But enjoy it.
All
right.
Have a great one. Good
Thank
to see you.
Oh, yes.
Well done,
Always
well
a pleasure
played.
to see you. Yeah.
Super.
Coming up, we're watching developments on Capitol Hill where the House is poised to begin voting on final passage
Damn,
of
my
President Trump's
QQQ puts is
massive
so
tax
red.
and spending bill. That's Minority Leader Jeffries. He's now about 5 hours into speaking. We'll monitor. More Squawk in the Street.
September 19th, so got some time.
When an investment creates ripples that elevate travel
Yeah,
experiences.
I've been doing pretty good at option lately.
That's the PIF effect. Michael lost 20 pounds with LifeMD.
I've always wanted to lose weight, but I never figured out the right way to do it. I did a cleanse, and I said, I can't do this anymore. I asked a couple buddies, I said, how do I lose this weight? The guy goes, LifeMD.
Well,
Got
you
on
get
the
back
computer,
away.
read it, and
Hopefully it
it's probably the
drops.
easiest thing I've ever done. The medication comes in the mail, and it's very easy to use. I've been able to live my normal lifestyle, and I've lost 20 pounds already. I now come home, spend time with my kids, and I've never felt better. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility in minutes at getlifemd.com.
I'm the president of After School All Stars. Through
Order
innovative and
filled.
enriching
Yeah,
programs,
this
we're helping
one.
students succeed in and out of the classroom. But more kids than ever are struggling with anxiety and depression. Economic
Some
hardships, kids falling behind at school, and the overuse of devices are all contributing factors. We must work together to empower
23,085.
parents to keep their kids happy and safe. Youth mental health is a difficult challenge. It
Come on,
requires
drop
a
it.
comprehensive solution.
What up, buddy?
AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got
45 seconds, data.
AG1
Come on, I
Next
need a
Gen has
drop.
launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
10 seconds.
Is really, really important for the future of humanity. Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it. Innovation, space, defense, national security is great. Our mission is you.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you.
Oh man, it pumped. What the fuck?
Believe the more personal the solution, the result.
Yeah, good and went long too.
As our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. Wealth management experience as sophisticated as
Order
you are.
submitted.
It's time for
Order filled. Order submitted.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Got the average down to TPT Pro.
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
My feed is about to be blown.
Oh, no, wait. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Market anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming
Order
at
filled.
CNBC.com/Plus.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
And pretty long time with bearish. Wow.
Another strong day where tech is leading. Information technology, best performing sector in the
15
S&P right
said
now,
that
led
wrong.
by Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Broadcom, Palantir, Datadog's having a great day. It's going to be added to the S&P next week. But overall strong. Financials up a
Average
lot.
down is trade fly.
Groups that are lower. Defensives like consumer staples and real
Order
estate
submitted.
materials a bit lower. As for treasuries, reaction to better than expected jobs reports ends. Yields higher, dollar stronger. 10-year yield 4.33, 2-year yield
Order
also
submitted.
firmer,
3.87%. Today, Goldman Sachs'
Orders,
first take
order,
on the
bill.
jobs report. Global Chief Economist Jan Matsias will join us to talk about why this week they moved up their expectations about when the Fed's first rate cut could come. Plus, chip design companies
Order,
popping out
bill.
news that the U.S. is lifting restrictions on China. But we have an analyst who says it may not be at all clear for investors in those names just yet.
First, let's get some
Order,
breaking
bill.
economic data just crossed. Rick Santelli has that for us. Rick.
Order submitted.
Yes, and there's a lot of it. If we look at the factory orders, durable goods, let's start there. Factory orders for May up 8.2%, up 8.2%. I have 5 years here.
Order
I don't
submitted.
have a higher number. That is a huge number, and that follows a slightly revised minus 3.7.
Order
It
filled.
moves to minus 3.9. We started out the year in single digits.
Order
It
submitted.
certainly seems though this is telling us that all the trade
My
pull
TTT
forward
is gonna be
may
blown.
indeed be
That won't be
over.
okay.
Now, let's look at transportation because maybe this is just
Order
all
filled.
aircraft.
TTT.
And indeed, 8.2%.
The free one.
Order canceled.
As expected, up to 10.
That's
So we
the
can see
straight
that
to flying.
aircraft really made the big
I'm
difference
down
there.
3K.
And if you look at
Only have
durable good orders,
2,000
now
left on
all
the
of these
buffer.
are May final, so we replaced mid-month read.
Order
and that
submitted.
was 16.4% was the mid-month read. It
No,
remains
because
there.
I'm
And
stuck
once
on
again,
the one with the
large
pay.
part
I'm
due to
down
aircraft,
$150. I have two now. Two MQ.
transportation, which remains exactly as it was mid-month.
I just have it
As
down, so
does
I need
capital good orders,
what is it?
non-defense
305.
up 1.7. That is
It
a
can go
really
down,
solid
yeah.
number. It remains. That would be the second best
Order
number
filled.
here outside of January at 1.8. And if we look at shipments versus orders, it lost the 10th versus our mid-month read from 0.5% to 0.4. Now it doesn't end there. Yes, we have ISM services. We saw
Order
S&P
submitted.
Global services. 50.8 on the headline. 50.8, that would be the best since April, and it was 51.6. If we look at the prices paid, we prefer this go down. It actually did. 68.9 expected, 68.7 in the rearview mirror, a very subtle drop. 67.5, that would be the smallest since April, when it was 65.1. But last month at 68.7 still was a large number. That was the biggest since Nova 22 on the prices paid front. If we look at new orders at 51.3, it pops back into
Order
expansion
submitted.
territory. And finally, let's look at employment, considering we had a
Order
pretty good
filled.
employment
Order
report. This is
submitted.
a bit misleading. It moved from expansion 50.7 to the June read of
Order submitted.
47.2 back underneath. And that would equal, actually, 46.2 in March. So you can see that's how
Order
we count.
filled.
We are definitely still looking, as Sarah pointed out, holding on to the gains of the better than
Order
expected
submitted.
jobs report. Yields are up, equities are up. And of course, next week we're going to have supply 3s, 10s, and 30s. It's going to be a dynamic week after a shortened session this week for tomorrow's closure and today's early closes. Sarah, back to you and happy Independence Day.
Yeah.
Order filled.
Thank you, Rick. Rick Santelli with a whole lot of data there. We appreciate it. Let's just add the jobs picture to all of this because market is reacting to it. On the headline, it was a better than expected report. First of all, 147,000 jobs
Crazy, the
added.
market is going
Better
up
than expected,
nonstop.
especially after EDP, the private sector read went negative yesterday on the month. And also some revisions to prior months were higher. So that was all pretty much good news. Another good news, 4.1% unemployment rate. That was a drop. But I will pick apart some of it just to show what's happening beneath the surface. If you look at where the jobs were added, where
Order
those gains
filled.
happened,
Order submitted.
government, and a lot of that was local government, not the federal government, which actually subtracted, healthcare, social assistance. You add all those three up, and that's very government and government adjacent type jobs. If you look at where the private
Order
sector
submitted.
performed, I mean, there were
Order
the decline
filled.
jobs from manufacturing to trade to business
Order
services.
submitted.
That's where the administration has wanted to see the job growth and where, it doesn't necessarily read all clear on the economy if you're seeing job declines in those areas. However, 4.1% unemployment rate, will take it. The only but there, Wilfred, is that we did see a drop in labor force
Order
participation
canceled.
rate, so fewer people out looking for work, which is what actually led to the lower unemployment rate.
But if this is a genuine change in direction in the unemployment rate after 4 or 5
Order
months
submitted.
ticking up in the wrong direction, I mean, that's very encouraging.
It's encouraging that it's not moving up at a time where, all the surveys, right, it's moved down, but part of that is that fewer people are looking for work. if the surveys showed everybody was so nervous and there was so much questions about business confidence, yes, we are not.
Order,
First of all,
Phil.
look at jobless claims.
Order,
They also
Phil.
came out this week. It's a funky week because the market's closed tomorrow. But they also showed a decline last week.
Order
in
submitted.
We're not seeing mass layoffs and mass firings, and we're still seeing job
Order
ads
submitted.
overall in this economy. It's a healthy picture, no doubt.
The thing that jumps out to
I
me
was
is obviously
200
the
from
better than expected.
and the payout. I'm down 400 now.
Drastically so.
Eesh.
And yet, if you look at the market's
Keep averaging down.
responded
It's
to
got the
the
whole.
VIX exactly at that moment. You saw a fall, as Rick was saying. Stocks are up, yields are up. Stocks obviously at highs. The VIX is now at a post-liberation day low.
Order, Phil.
And the
There's no
intraday
DLL
chart
on
is
this Tradify.
so
It's either blow
positively to that.
or
I just
get a
think
payout.
It's striking to me when you've also got
Order, Phil.
Congress, obviously a lot going on at the moment, that this gets quite so much
Yeah,
focus.
okay, too.
When you have to say it means there's not going to be a rate cut this month.
Exactly. So the July
Order
which were
submitted.
still pretty low,
Order,
they were
Phil.
like 20-25%. They go down all the way down to 5% because the Fed
Order
this gives
submitted.
not zero, but a few percentage points because this gives the Fed more ammunition to say, look, there's no cost in waiting and seeing if these tariffs are going to ultimately lead to inflation in the summer because the job market is good. The chances of 3 or more quarter point cuts by the end of the year fell to 30% from 56%.
Yeah.
So the bond market is clearly moving on this, but the bond market has been rallying seemingly in celebration of,
I didn't think it's
of
gonna come
everything
this
lately.
much.
The big beautiful bill, the trade deals, the frameworks, the sort of brushing off some of the risk factors, even within this very jobs report.
Yeah, really. Do you know what's so interesting as well on the trade deals? It's as if we're celebrating that we're going to get a load more by next Wednesday, but we haven't got them yet.
Yeah.
Surely that's a bigger risk than a moment of celebration when you're that close now to the deadline. Something that we'll talk about next time.
Yeah, well, we're going to talk about all this with the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He's going to join us next hour, talk about the big, beautiful bill, talk about what's coming on the trade deal front, obviously react to jobs and much more. So it's a great day to have a lot of news as stocks hit record highs to have him.
We will be discussing that, as Sarah said, at 11:45. We'll discuss it now with JP Morgan Asset Management's Chief Global Strategist, David Kelly, who
Okay,
joins
3
us.
minutes looks like it might be almost done.
As Sarah said, lots to break down there from potential trade
Maybe
deals or
might
not.
drop a
The
little
bill
bit.
going through
Order
Congress, but also
submitted.
the jobs number. How much better than expected was the jobs number? Does it tweak your outlook for the economy a lot?
Only very slightly. I mean, it's fine. I mean, the
Order,
economy is
Phil.
slowing down.
Order submitted.
But I think the key thing here is we got 80,000 state and local government jobs added. That may have to do with the seasonal, because it was in June.
Order
A lot
canceled.
of teacher hiring, which doesn't sound quite right. So it may be a seasonal there, but we only saw 73,000 jobs added in the private sector. But overall, there's no collapse here. I mean, the economy is just gradually slowing down. The thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, though, is that we're seeing a rising impact of immigration crackdowns, and we're seeing a slowly rising impact of tariffs and inflation numbers. So there's
Order,
a lot
Phil.
of drag on the economy
Order
that's going to
submitted.
occur before the stimulus from this tax bill. And so, I feel like I'm a
Yeah,
long-term weather
everyone-
forecaster,
not
but
gonna stop.
basically I think the economy is going to slow down. And through the end of the
Order
year, it's going to speed
submitted.
up, and then it's going to slow down again. But it's all within a very narrow range.
So when the bill passes, which is sort of clearly the base case expectation at this point, is that positive for stocks for the rest of the year?
The stock market's very easy to please these days, isn't it? I suppose, yes, it is, to the extent that we're going to have diminished uncertainty. So if you think about the first half of this year, it was all about policy uncertainty. I mean, how could anybody invest with all this uncertainty? Over the next few weeks, we're going to get certainty about fiscal policy, because they're not going to pass another bill. This is the bill. And we're also, I think, going to get more certainty around tariffs. I mean, even though it may not come out at exactly a 10% universal tariff, we will know more. And even on immigration, as this thing passes, there's massive
Man,
funding
I'm 200
for
down
the
on
arrest
this
and deportation
TPT.
of immigrants here. And we're also seeing some
I want to
significant
average
declines
down.
now in people immigrating the traditional way. So that's beginning to get clearer too. So the picture is getting clearer. Markets hate uncertainty, so I suppose getting rid of uncertainty is a positive. But honestly, when the cloud's clear, what you got is a fairly slow growing economy with a tendency for
average
inflation
down.
to increase because of tariffs.
Why not think that this bill will have 3% growth? We'll start getting
Okay, what's the
3%
top
growth
on
from it.
this one?
I don't
It
see
is
how to do it. I mean,
84.
in order to do that, you've got to boost productivity. Because if you look at US
170.
economic growth in the long run,
Order
this
submitted.
century, it's been about 2%. That's 1.5% from productivity, 0.5% from the growth in labor. The problem is the baby boom is retiring, the working age population, native born working age population is shrinking. So if you end up with sort of zero net immigration, you've got no employment
Order
growth, and that
submitted.
means you're 1.5, not 3. Now we might do better than 1.5, but we're not even close to 3. There's nothing in the
blow
outlook
that
which tells me
eval
that
that
we can
Order filled.
What about
Order submitted.
efficiencies and conceivably the increase in productivity that will come about as this starts to really move into the
We,
enterprise?
we do think that, and we think it'll become more important as you go on further on out.
I am
think that
gonna
this
read that
very
though,
tight
for
labor
sure.
market, this lack of
It's only $100.
labor will actually, in some ways, turbocharge AI because you're going to have to marry AI with robotics more and more to try and do the jobs that these people are doing. But it's not an overnight thing. And I do think that over time, over a number of
Order
years,
filled.
it will gradually enhance productivity, but not short term.
Where's the balance in portfolios at the moment between the traditional focus on the US continues to outperform over the long term, and both bonds and international equities? I was joking with Dave and Sarah at the start of the week that the FTSE 100 year to date was
Order
ahead.
canceled.
It's just holding on to that over the course of this week. It's almost like it's eroded again, which I mentioned because how short-lived will this overseas equities outperformance be?
I think
Order submitted.
I think the dollar has come down significantly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I think that this is a really key question because this year there's been
Order
a lot of
filled.
uncertainty, but the dollar's still come down. It's usually a safe haven in uncertainty. But I think people are thinking, maybe if you've got less job growth, maybe if you've got higher tariffs, more protectionism, maybe the U.S. economy grows more slowly. And for a lot of investors, both here and particularly around the world, should I be so overweight the U.S.? It's, the U.S. is exceptional. I mean, we have exceptional technology. We've got exceptional, business and spheres and innovation. But maybe it's not quite that exceptional. So I think money will continue to flow a little bit more around the world as people try and rebalance. I think that tends to push the dollar down. I think it will tend to cause international to outperform.
I mean, you started off by saying the market's going up because all this clarity, right? We're getting the uncertainty lifted. But Wilfred brought up the trade. I'm not sure we're getting clarity on trade. It's good that we got a framework for Vietnam, but we have a big deadline on Wednesday. What is that uncertainty?
In relative terms, but if you think about where we were in April, we had these massive proposed tariffs. And I think that with a lot of countries, what's going to happen is we're going to end up with something close to the universal tariff. They'll cut some sort of deal because there's a lot of pushback on the administration from small businesses and big businesses.
Yep.
We can't live with 30% or 40%.
Order canceled.
10%. We can live with it.
That's a good little dip.
I think the message
Order
of the administration
submitted.
is, look, whatever you're going to do it and be done. I think there's a very strong message from the American business sector to the administration of that, and I suspect they are listening.
Dave, great stuff as always. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime.
We have a big show ahead for you. Here's the roadmap for the rest of this hour. We're still waiting for the final vote on President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, expected to pass sometime today. We'll break down the potential biggest winners and losers from that bill.
Plus, the U.S. is lifting some chip software curbs on China, and that is giving a boost to a couple of those companies that focus on that software.
And Goldman Sachs pulling forward its rate cut forecast. Global chief economist Jan Hatzius will join us here at Post 9 on why he thinks the September cut is now on the horizon. Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street will be right back with the Dow up 284 points.
Order submitted.
Bye. Have fun. Yes.
Someone you've been with for so long. It's a way to surprise you.
Order filled.
Each agency use
Order submitted.
Keep dropping. I think it'll drop a little bit more. That's the 15 minutes still got more upside, but 3 minutes way overbought.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
There have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
This baby hits 88 miles per hour. You're gonna see some serious.
was close to defeat. I rose to my feet.
Later. Bye.
Don't. DashPass saves you money on
I hate Trend Day.
so you can skip the trip to the grocery store and stay right where you need to be.
Popcorn? I'm good. Want to go get dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll order.
When you save big on orders, you can afford to give yourself a pass.
What do we think?
DashPass by DoorDash. Your door to more savings.
Different. I play different.
You're the greatest defense ever played. Winning becomes a lifestyle.
Connection lost.
President Trump's massive tax and spending cuts bill is set
Come
up for a
on,
final
come
passage
back
vote.
up.
That said, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been holding up the vote by speaking against the bill for about 5 hours now. Let's go to Emily Wilkins on Capitol Hill for the latest. So much drama, Emily.
So much, Sarah. I mean, it's a big bill. It's got big drama attached. Look, but the House is going to be passing
Why did we
this
dump
bill.
yesterday and
As soon
today we
as
just
Jeffries is
non-stop
done
going up?
speaking, we know this because earlier this morning we saw a procedural vote on this, and we saw all but one Republican lawmaker go ahead and vote to move ahead with the bill. And of course, Republicans, they can lose up to 3 lawmakers and still be able to pass. Now, as far as timing goes, passage might not actually happen for another couple of hours, and that's because we're beginning to think that what Jeffries is doing here is he's going to try to break a record that was last set by Kevin McCarthy, and Kevin McCarthy did that when he was the minority leader in the House, and Democrats were trying to pass
Order
Biden's
submitted.
main signature legislative achievement, and of course, McCarthy, who spoke for 8 hours and 32 minutes, he was actually trying to break one of Nancy Pelosi's records, where
Order
she spoke for
submitted.
8 hours and 7 minutes. So we're about 5 hours in. We could have a little bit more than 3 hours to go. But again, we know what the outcome's going to be. And we've heard now from a number of fiscal hawks who had concerns with the bill that was passed from the Senate but have now gotten on board. Congressman Ralph Norman was on CNBC earlier today, and he really
Order
emphasized
submitted.
that Trump had promised to use some of his executive powers to continue to lower the debt. But Norman also pointed out
Order
that Trump
filled.
made the case
Order
that if the
submitted.
House changed this bill, it was going to go back to the Senate. And he reminded them that the fiscal hawks, if they didn't like what the Senate has sent them now, they definitely weren't going to like what the Senate would send them in the future. Listen to what he said.
What changed is the president giving us the fact that the longer we waited,
Order filled.
let's say we had gotten it back to the Senate,
Order
changes,
submitted.
even minor changes, they
Order
make it
filled.
worse. And we believe that. And so we held out as long as we could.
So now the bill that the House is set to pass,
Oh my
it is
God.
the same one that we just saw pass from the Senate. Means a couple
Order
different things.
canceled.
Means
Order
that no
filled.
moratorium on
Order
states
filled.
implementing AI bills. That is
I
out.
want to get
The
out green.
retaliatory tax on certain foreign investors and multinational
Order
companies that
submitted.
also got removed. It also, this bill, what it really does at its core is extending that 2017 tax package, preventing tax increases, and also brings back 3 key tax breaks for businesses, investing in research and certain equipment. Obviously, a lot going on this bill that's almost
Order
1,000
filled.
pages long, but it does again seem to be
Order
on
filled.
track for passage in
Order
the House
submitted.
today, which means that Trump is going to get his July 4th celebration. Obviously,
Order
a major
filled.
win for the president with his priorities passing here. Guys?
Emily, great stuff. Thank you so much for that. We'll let
Yeah.
you get back to Mr.
Order
Jeffries.
canceled.
1100 left on that
detail
buckle
of
on
what he's
that
saying.
TPT.
Now let's talk about the implications.
With 2 in queue,
particularly
I'm
on
gonna
the
blow
tax
it.
side of this.
Order submitted.
Who's going to gain the most from it? Joining us, Robert Frank here at Post 9 with some of those details. Robert, what jumps out to you? Who's going to be the big beneficiaries?
Well, the big beneficiaries are the ones who
Order
usually
submitted.
benefit.
Really need a
Those
drop.
toward the top. In fact,
Suck a
about
cucumber,
80%
it's
of the
online,
benefits
Order
of this
filled.
bill go to the top 10% of earners.
Order
while
filled.
the tax cuts by themselves help every income group. I want to be clear here. Almost everyone gets a tax cut here. It wasn't just the wealthy that get tax cuts, but
Order
those
submitted.
cost cuts, which are
Order
mainly
filled.
Medicaid and SNAP,
Order
those are
submitted.
going to offset some of those tax cuts for those at the bottom. Now, the Yale budget
Order
that will
canceled.
hold us. So how each income group fares in the Senate bill, you
Order
combine the changes
submitted.
of the tax first as well as the budget cut, you get the bottom
I need
20%
some
would
tariff
see a
news to
decline in
get me out of
after-tax
here.
income of $560 a year, or a 2.3% decrease
Order
in
canceled.
after-tax income. Now, the middle 20%, they would see a slight gain of $760 a year, or 1.5%. The top quintile gets a $6,000 cut, or about 2.3%. Now, the top 1%, those
Order
making
submitted.
$650,000 or
Order
more,
filled.
they get a tax cut
Order
of about
submitted.
$32,000 a year, 2.1%. So at the very top, it actually starts to decline because there's some
Order
income
canceled.
thresholds here for many of these provisions. Now, at the same time, most of the expensive parts of the
Order
tax bill
submitted.
benefit those at the bottom. So extending the standard deduction, that costs $1.4 trillion.
Did it all sound high? I don't think so.
Child tax credit, $800 billion. Eliminating tax on tips
Yeah.
and overtime, over $120 billion. Now, to remind you, the top 10% pays 70% of all federal income taxes, so the tax cuts mainly benefit those at the top. So it's when you combine them that you start to get this very mixed effect at the bottom.
Is there regional factors here too? I mean, the SALT deduction being extended, I guess, is therefore not a change in the same way that it was back in 2017.
It's a positive change for those who live in high tax blue states, and that's
Order
where
submitted.
regionally I think you're going to see some difference.
$1 million in income.
Up to $500,000 income, and then it phases out in 5 years. So again,
Order filled.
what compares to the 2017 tax cuts, this
Order
makes the tax
submitted.
code more complicated, and there's still
Order
uncertainty built
submitted.
into this, where a lot of these provisions, for the same reasons, for budgetary reasons, are going to expire in the next 5 years or so.
I know Sarah's been in the market for a private jet of late, it just to help her get around. Will she be able to
Getting
write off
destroyed.
100% of that against her income in year one?
Yes, you know, as Jim Cramer mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
the holy grail of this
Keep
tax
shorting.
plan, the best part of it for businesses, is bonus depreciation. That's a wonky way of saying when you
How
make
you do?
capital investment in equipment or in R&D,
That's
you
good.
get to deduct 100% immediately.
I need
And
a
by the
dump
way, it's
bad.
even better. There's a bonus depreciation where it's backdated to January. It's retroactive to January
need a
of
dump.
2025. So whatever you did capital-wise this year, you're going to you already get
Under
to write off.
23,000, I can get out. So damn hard.
2017 when the first tax bill was passed, but it went down.
It generated the largest
Yeah.
boost in private jet sales that we had seen in over 2 decades. Now, Gulfstream, I
Funded.
know, for instance, and all the private jet makers have been salivating over this possibility because it really now it helps
think I'm toast,
all
but
companies that
oh,
make
we'll
capital
see.
investments. I don't want to say this is a private jet benefit. People like to make it out that way, but they are beneficiaries.
Yeah, we got what, 3 more hours before the market is over.
Huge boost in aircraft.
I feel like we should clarify that you're just kidding. I mean, I don't know, unless Mamdani becomes mayor and I can't take the subway anymore.
You don't take the subway as it is.
In which case, you take their
Going
private jet.
up non-stop.
Station.
That's very deep underground, yes. I was kidding about Sarah private jet. That's at least a couple of years away. But when she does do
Very serious.
Yeah, let's plot up.
In case you're in the market.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Still to come, chip design stocks gaining as the U.S. lifts some
Or you can play
export
news on Top
restrictions
Step,
in
right?
China. The key names set to benefit after a quick break. And then
And
speaking
bought
of
up
gainers,
200
check out
points already.
TripAdvisor shares surging as a new activist investor enters the ring. Those details later on. We're back in a moment.
today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
I mean, it should on 3 minutes. Well, we need at least 10 more minutes to crouch down. You just gotta hold. Nah, I think that's it.
That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on Rhode Island. Because travel is
That can help. 11, so it'll be 10 here, so 30 minutes.
Management begins and ends with you. We believe that personal the solution, the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there.
Just need a drop and get out, and I'm gonna log on.
A sophisticated as you
I'm greedy. I was up $23. I'm trying to get $50. Now I'm down $200. No payout.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen was
Yeah,
launched with
but
upgraded
it's short day. Short day shouldn't do it.
backed by gold standard clinical
Yeah.
trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1. Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Steve,
if Demodex mites are partying
What?
up on your
Just
eyelids,
now?
it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy.
Wow.
With one drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA
sucks. That's the 150K, right?
that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces.
And that is coming out soon.
Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you. It's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
Double your investor IQ. Become a smarter investor and save when you bundle CNBC Pro and Jim Cramer's Investing Club. Two premium investing tools, one special price. Go to cnbc.com/access now. Terms and restrictions apply.
Still
Tech is
going up.
boosting the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq. We're
Order
at new records.
canceled.
The Nasdaq is aiming
Order
for its
submitted.
8th positive session of the last 9. And this morning, this is as the U.S. lifts export controls on chip design software
I mean, what?
to China. Who are the companies that play here? Cadence Designs.
YouTube?
Siemens also getting a lift. Joining us now to discuss more insights, founder and chief analyst Patrick Moorhead. Patrick, obviously we can see it's good for some of these names. Is it a conclusion that they will be beneficiaries from now going forward?
It does, but 15 minutes still got room. 3 minutes copy for sure.
Is a good thing today, and I think we all hope that we can get the trade challenges with China completely closed, but I think this is going to be a little bit of a long road. I do feel very comfortable, though.
Yeah, that's the 3 minutes. Just need to curve down for this and get out.
The mineral rights versus
Yeah.
EA software tools. That's pretty much best.
Stuff will keep going up.
Unless the
Order filled.
Yeah, that's trading view.
Order submitted.
I think things are looking pretty good for them.
Order canceled.
They're going to be much better on the rare earths, and now they're getting
Order
this
filled.
return. Anything else implied here? I think, Jim
Did that come
Cramer
up?
earlier was at least hoping perhaps that the next step would be NVIDIA chips being able to enter the market again in a more significant way. Is
5
that
seconds.
a fair assumption, or is that just hopeful thinking?
I think it is getting warmer. I think
Order
the
submitted.
chill is still there. I do not think that NVIDIA will
Yeah, it
ever
didn't
be
do
able
anything.
to sell their highest end chips, but I think that's okay. They hadn't been selling their
Look,
highest
Nvidia
end
is all-time
chips
high, yeah.
for years, but at least getting a tuned down
bought one
version
now,
of
too.
Blackwell. I think we should be optimistic about that moving forward.
Your shares?
Step
Up to you.
take in any agreement
Order
that
filled.
we can do with China.
Order filled.
All markets, not even technology markets related to China.
Order submitted.
Security concerns. The whole reason we have these controls in the first place. Don't you
Order
have concern?
submitted.
Cadence is a big partner with NVIDIA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are, and I think a tuned down chip, meaning a chip that might be 20%
Yeah.
Order
Well,
submitted.
on 2 of them, the one with the payout have 2. The one without the payout have 3. They're both red. But the other one's not too bad because I just need 27 to get. I'm sorry, 46 to get out on that one. Oh no, both got 3. I guess it averaged down. Okay. So I need 27 to get out and then 46 to get out. So not too bad. Yeah, that. I just hit the average down a little. I got pumped.
Order submitted.
Close, not completely
Yeah.
hugging each other, but
at least
So
keeping
I can get out.
quote unquote.
That's all I care about.
Well, on that note, Patrick, I mean,
Yep.
do you think this
I
is
need
a
to save my
much
trade
more
apply. I want that payout just to
decade
break the
of
curse.
policy administrations? Has the policy of containment worked?
I can argue both sides. What's happening is
Also, a long time ago, I got out. It's like way back before the, like after the split. I made a whole bunch. Yeah.
Chips
We just left.
throw more chips at the same problem. In a sense, it has not. And if we look at the innovation funnel,
Damn, she would not dump.
that work was done flat on NVIDIA H100s or H200s. So our ability to contain it so far has been a complete failure. And either chips have gotten through,
Cat Daddy?
Chinese
Oh,
been
no.
using cloud services in different countries, or China has just thrown more energy and more chips at the same problem. Nothing has worked so far. I'm skeptical that it ever will.
Yeah, the race continues. Patrick, thank you. Appreciate it.
Time now for a CNBC News update. Silvana now has it from the morning.
How do you blue?
The Supreme Court
I'd rather miss out than blow an account.
from West Virginia and Idaho over their state laws banning transgender athletes from female sports at public schools. The justices will take up appeals by the states
get out.
after
Come
lower
on.
courts
Please,
cited
let me get out. Come on.
transgender students who sued. The students argued the laws discriminate based on sex.
Yeah.
The High Court will hear the case in its next
And
term.
this one's
which
not close to
begins
to the buffer threshold, so I want to make
They
some money.
celebrated
It's at
Liverpool
26,200.
Diogo Jota and his brother Andre Silva
But I
were
will get out
killed
if it
in a
goes
car
under.
crash overnight. Liverpool confirmed the news, saying the club is devastated by the
Very
tragic
dramatic.
passing of the 28-year-old soccer star who recently won the English Premier League with the club. Jota leaves behind
Come on,
3
keep dropping,
children
baby.
and his wife.
Okay, I want TPT Pro.
just
One more to go.
And
Go.
the Madre wildfire in California's San Luis
Save my
Obispo
payout.
County has now burned more than 35,000 acres just hours after it sparked on Wednesday afternoon. It's the largest wildfire of the year for California, which is preparing for an active season amid forecasts
You
of
should.
extreme heat.
You gotta take the night payout.
So much appreciated.
Who cares?
This morning's blown past
Still good. Trade small. Yeah. Deal before it's gone. Like, you don't, I don't know. I would have done it.
Scott Besson joins us next hour on Money Movers.
Good
Don't go
job.
anywhere.
Take any payouts you can. Yeah, this market is shit.
Businesses. Logistics mastery, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, Pokeball ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Our Data Service Now platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively.
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, you all have agents?
Oh yeah, and on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together. So
Yeah, I can stick around.
I have agents.
Let me show. The 3 minutes looks like it's curving. It's starting to curve, so I might be able to get out.
Nuveen invests with a foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build
See, I
strong
need
portfolios
306. So I need 06, and then I need 991. And those are my funded one.
5 years of yesterday's
I think it will. I mean, all the pump is getting out. We'll see. I need 2 more candles on the 15 minutes to find out.
Steps up to the mirror, lines things up. That's all. Checks his fidelity app.
Good job. Post it on the channel. Like it. Be happy. Got a payout. Payout channel. What? Who cares?
Easier
Everybody's struggling. Yeah, get the payout. No, nobody cares.
Meta, let's trade Frank again.
Nah,
Let's go get us another Frank.
I
Remember what
don't
Frank looked
really
like.
see it. I mean, you did good, just post it. You could post 100,000 payout. You know what I mean?
Hey, everyone loves making Frank at show and tell. What's that?
200K yesterday.
Just over 30 minutes here into the hour. Here are some big movers we're watching. Datadog shares popping higher on news. It's replacing Juniper Networks in the S&P 500 on July 9th. Stocks up 12%. Oracle and OpenAI reportedly expanding their Stargate deal for more data centers here in the U.S. Just 2 days after Oracle
Sucker will
disclosed
not
a new
drop.
cloud services contract. It expects to be worth more than $30 billion annually starting in 2028. Shares of Oracle are up
I just want to get out.
off early April lows. And then keep an eye on TripAdvisor. Shares surging on news. Starboard Value has built a stake of more than 9% in the online travel review company. Nice, almost 17% gain on that news.
Big jump there. Now we've got more news on AstraZeneca. We were talking about this a few days ago. Angelica Peebles has the details for us. Hi,
Good, I
Angelica.
hope he dumps
Hey
shit.
there. That's right. So Bloomberg is reporting that AstraZeneca is in talks with Summit Therapeutics to license the company's experimental lung cancer drug for up to $15 billion. Now, Bloomberg is attributing this to people familiar with the matter. Now, this has been an incredibly hot area of development. Summit has really shepherded this whole field, this craze. You've seen Bristol, Merck, all trying to get in on this space, and now apparently AstraZeneca as well. But if you take a look at those stocks, they're both down this morning, and you know, $15 billion is a lot of money of
Order
course, to
submitted.
license a drug, and they're not buying the company outright, at least according to this reporting. And people do want to see companies like Summit getting bought out, so that could explain some of the weakness that you're seeing here, guys.
Tell us a bit more about the drug. And like AstraZeneca, were they expected to be a potential acquirer or partner for Summit in this area?
So AstraZeneca, of course, has been one of the leading companies in oncology. They have found so much success, especially through their partnerships, especially with Daiichi Sankyo on a different type of cancer drug called ADCs. But this one is called, it goes after two targets, so PD-1 and VEGF.
I like
and the
it.
idea is that it works similar to Merck's Keytruda, which is a drug that did about $30 billion in sales just last year, but it also introduces another target, that VEGF. And the idea is that if you can target both of them, you might find better results, especially for lung cancer. And so that's why you're seeing companies piling into this space.
Maybe if they switch listings to the U.S., that stock would be acting better.
Well, I think that's a given either way, alas.
Pride and joy of the UK. Thank you, Angelica. Angelica Peebles. Goldman Sachs pulling forward their expectations for a rate cut to September now. Chief economist Jan Hatzius joins us to explain why. Give us his first take on this morning's jobs report as well. And as we head to break, check out the biggest gainers on the S&P 500 this week. No shortage of them. But keep in mind, markets are closed tomorrow for the 4th of July. Got a mix of tech, Macau, Wynn Resorts having a nice week, up 12%. Solar plays too. Come back. Be right back.
Shit, I was down on my puts. And I put down a lot. Actually, no, it's only down 25%. Okay. 3.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only
I don't know,
platform
it's the
that
addiction.
offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
At Corient, wealth
Order
management
filled.
begins and
Oh
ends with
shit,
you.
what? Something went up.
We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build.
Order canceled.
Average
And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time.
Order submitted.
Orient.
This 4th of July, celebrate your freedom to push a button for relaxation while Papa-Pedic memory foam holds you just right. With Bonds, Phantom, and Trevor Power reclining
Order
sofas,
submitted.
and freedom is yours.
Life is always changing.
Order
And
canceled.
That couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day
I
one
did
moment,
not mean to get 6
for
NQ.
entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life.
Yeah, I got out.
Order submitted.
States are driving business, surviving, and thriving. The ultimate competition. America's top states for business is back. This year, states are tackling tariffs, budget cuts, finding local strength in a time of national economic uncertainty. Last year, Virginia took the honors. Which state will be the top state for business this year?
America's top states for business. The list revealed Thursday, July 10th, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Order submitted.
What's your book map say on the dump? Are we gonna dump or not? Damn it.
Sure knows these parts well.
Outside the planes whispered to him.
I need 27 to get out.
Innovation changes everything.
Scooter.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider.
Yeah, he's a bear.
Risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
What time comes on? 15 minutes? Okay.
Rather than stocks because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
And got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, on a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me. I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. It's not an option.
45 been bouncing.
Stocks are trading around session highs, record highs, following this morning's jobs report. Coming in overall better than expected. Unemployment rate falls to 4.1%, the lowest since February. Goldman Sachs Global Chief Economist Jan Hatzius joins us with his first
After
take.
30 more minutes, we
on the
should see a
report.
little
Looks good
drop
from the
coming up
headlines,
just in
but as
time for
highlighted
him to speak.
earlier, beneath the surface,
With
you
the
know,
3
where the
minutes
job
curving
growth
down.
was
And that's not Trump
concentrated,
today.
why the unemployment rate came down. Wasn't all that
I don't think so.
True, it overstates the strength of the report if you just look at the headline numbers. I think on the establishment survey, the private sector was pretty soft, and the big headline number was really driven by increases in state and local employment that we think probably reflect seasonal adjustment difficulties. And in the household survey, I mean, you're right, employment wasn't great. But there's nothing really concerning about it. I think that's the
Connection
main
lost.
takeaway. Yes, it wasn't nearly as strong as the headlines, but there's nothing too worrisome.
Market is taking it as, okay, no chance in July for a rate cut, maybe September. You recently moved your first cut up to September.
That seems
I think
reasonable
we're
to
gonna
me. I don't think that's.
Remember,
that's
that was
landmark.
holding for a
It's
long
going to
time,
depend
got
on the
out
data.
green.
I do think that the inflation numbers have been so far lower than expected. The May numbers were good. We'll see what
Yeah.
June brings. And
Today's
I think
gonna be
that could
different.
give
It's
you
short day
cuts
too.
starting in September, but it's going to depend on the numbers.
Do you think we're gonna get inflation?
So I can't hold those
Sounds like you
TPT.
don't.
I think we'll see an increase, but I am less concerned about it than
Yeah.
I was, you know,
For
say,
sure, to close out
and
11:30 and
we've
just
been
not
moving
touch
down our
those.
forecasts to
Take
some
my
degree,
L.
but not, you know, I still think there will be a price bump. Might just be a little bit smaller.
Obviously, we got this announcement yesterday around Vietnam. If the sort of average overall tariff ends up being closer to 20% than 10% or higher still, is that a
No, it
development
doesn't.
compared to what
45
we're
is
pricing at the moment?
bouncing.
And what does it do ultimately?
I mean, I gotta go pee before the guy comes on.
Forecast for the increase in the effective average tariff rate has been 14 percentage points or thereabouts for the last couple of months. It's actually been reasonably stable. The details have kept changing, but the overall number, you know, around 14, which would get you to a level of about 17% because there were already some tariffs at the start of the year. That I think would
be consistent with an economy that's still growing, but growing at a relatively slow pace. We have 1.25% on a fourth quarter to fourth quarter basis, but still in positive territory.
So if you get lots of the big trading partners, Japan and the EU, coming in at 20%, that would be slightly incrementally bearish to you?
Yes, that would lead us to increase that 14 percentage points, but it's also going to depend on how big the sector-specific tariffs are. We're building in 25% on a pretty expansive list of goods, and of course that's also uncertain because those investigations are ongoing.
We're on the cusp of seeing a big tax and spending bill pass.
Hello?
What's the economic impact? If and when we'll see it? Will it deliver on these growth targets that the president and Treasury Secretary Benson, for example, have?
Well, it is fiscally expansionary in the sense that it cuts taxes by more than it cuts spending, and that's going to provide a boost to growth. Not so much in 2025, but in 2026. However, you have to.
Oh man, Spicy Blue has my funded futures.
From tariffs, and that still leaves
Spicy in Discord.
1.25% for growth this year. I do think it's going to pick up.
It's not going under 40.
A trend rate in 2026, but I do think this year it's probably going to be a little softer.
What about deregulation? Do you factor that into the growth forecast? Because they say that will also help get us to 3%.
That should also deliver an incremental boost. I think from a macro perspective, though, I expect that to be smaller than the tariff and fiscal effects because it's really more sector specific. It makes a big difference in certain sectors, but it probably makes a smaller difference in the macro economy.
But back to trend growth in 26, it's not 3%.
Yeah.
Right?
We have trend growth at just over 2%, so we don't quite get there in 26, but then once we get into 2000.
According to your forecast, the Fed will have been cutting multiple times into next year, right? You say 3 this year?
Yes.
They're going to cut at every meeting in September.
That's our forecast, yes.
Because inflation will not be that big of a deal, and
it's really more normalization. I mean, we're still at a high level of the funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%, and if the inflation boost from tariffs is more temporary because it's really more of a price level effect, then ultimately I still think that the funds rate's headed lower.
So either way, your probability for a US recession is close to zero.
Well, we have it at 30% over the next 12 months. Okay. And there's always a certain baseline level. So the historical average is about 15.
You lose 40 and it can drop. Come on.
30, we've generally brought that down. We were higher than that. We were at 45% for a while.
What's the core thing you're watching that would adjust your probability?
Yes, he's
I think
trying.
it's a number of things. Labor market deterioration is certainly something that can feed on itself. So when you have better than expected,
You sure you want a long gambit before he comes on?
that's a positive data point. But of course, we get lots of data points all the
You
time.
can still get out. I need 27. I need 27. Come on.
at this point in the cycle and after all the uncertainty?
This was stronger than I thought. Certainly this print.
Order
we
canceled.
think that the unemployment rate's probably going to
Order
trend up
submitted.
a little bit. We're at 4.4% by the end of the year, but this was a better number for sure.
Right, Jan. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
And next hour on Money Movers, we'll have a lot more on the jobs report with the Treasury Secretary,
Order
Scott Bessent,
canceled.
who will be
Order
joining
submitted.
us on this, the big beautiful bill, the trade deals, and much more.
Energy, one of just two sectors still in the red over the last year and coming off its worst quarter in years. We'll discuss what to expect in the second half after this short break.
Yeah, you made money.
You can catch the Sport on the Street podcast anytime. Just search wherever you get your podcasts.
You make it through security so fast.
My 40 is strong.
The agent, your travel itinerary is so well written. You have access to that with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Islands because travel is the competition. Except that it is.
Come on, just drop it for me. Let me get out. I just want to get out.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable
Yeah, stay
retirement
flat,
for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Special early edition of Closing Bell Overtime. Market wrap-up before the holiday weekend. Plus, analysis of the June jobs report.
Order
John Ford, Morgan Brennan, Closing Bell Overtime. Today 1 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
You say you like the wind blowing through your hair. Come on,
Order canceled.
the sun goes down.
Well, fighting nicotine cravings on your own can get tough.
Yeah. Not good for me.
But with X program, you can guess a little less and outsmart nicotine. Join a free
I do.
program developed by experts
We're talking about
that can increase your odds of quitting. Text X program to 88709.
damn it, keep going back it up. Come on.
Play different.
The greatest defense ever played. Winning becomes a lifestyle.
Order submitted.
It would suck if he actually pumped that shit.
Energy stocks coming off what was the worst quarter in over 4 years. Peppa Stevens is here. She's
Order
got
can't
stellar
order
reports
submitted.
The second half of this year. Peppa.
Hey, David. So despite President Trump's call to unleash American energy, nearly half of energy executives now expect to drill fewer wells than at the start of the year, according to the Dallas Fed Energy Survey. And more than a quarter said their cost of drilling has risen as much as 6% thanks to tariffs. And if oil were to drop to 50, which Trump has called for, 46%
filled.
said their production would decrease significantly. Now, in the anonymous comments section of the widely followed survey, executives had choice words, including tariff antics had harmed the domestic energy industry. Drill, baby, drill will not happen with this level of volatility. There is constant noise coming from the
I don't see
administration.
what's pumping NQ
Increased
so
fuel
much.
costs are
Nothing
affecting our business,
big
and
is
it's hard to
pumping.
Order
imagine
submitted.
how much worse policies and DC rhetoric could have
Well, I
been
guess
for
Microsoft
U.S.
is up
key
almost
companies.
2%.
Now, in this environment,
Those
there's
got
not
the
a lot of love for the energy stocks. Still, one
Yeah.
area that investors have been optimistic on is the gas-focused
6 minutes. I
drillers
need a
like
dump.
EQT, Range Resources, and Antero, since that is seen as a growth area given LNG and power demand from data centers. Guys?
Yeah, but that, I mean, I haven't been following this close enough, but do the CEOs publicly echo some of the same sentiments that they did there in an anonymous fashion? Because if not, you kind of look at that and think, God, how weak. If that's what you really think, you should be saying so publicly.
Well, so that's exactly it, Will. So we saw a lot of energy executives were very optimistic when President Trump was elected. They were at a lot of his events, and outwardly and in public, they say they support his policies, but then behind closed doors, there is that disconnect between what his policies are and what it actually means for the space. President Trump has made it a big deal to get oil prices down. He wants that $50 level. And executives have basically said our business is not sustainable if WTI falls to 50. Now, it is important to note that this survey does focus on Texas and New Mexico, and also includes respondents from very small,
I actually like him.
more private E&P companies. So it's not, the Exxon and Chevron
really good,
necessarily
too.
of the world. But in earnings calls, we also did hear from people like Diamondback's Travis Stice, who said that he thinks peak shale is now here, given that this model looking forward is not as sustainable as it once was. So, Will, to your point, certainly a disconnect between what we hear in public and what we see behind closed doors.
Yeah, no one wants to speak out on this stuff. Did you? So this hour, the U.S. sanctioned Iranian oil networks. Pippa, we got an announcement from the Treasury, maximum pressure.
Order
according to
submitted.
Secretary Besson. While it's had every opportunity to choose peace, its leaders have shown
But it's up like $500,000 though.
Tehran's revenue sources and intensify economic pressure to the
disrupt the access to financial resources. And that would be oil.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Treasury increasingly tighten sanctions on Iranian oil. But
Yeah.
of course, the difficulty is that all of that, the about 1.6 million barrels per day of Iran's
So you
exports
gotta
are
trade
now going
props,
to
not
China.
cash.
Some of those teapot refineries are a little bit harder to sanction, but if you look at things like focusing
Yeah, I
on
lost
shipping
like 3K
insurance
on
and
it, so I
financial
stopped.
element, you can start to sanction that. But I think we're not going to see a big response in oil until there's an actual meaningful decline. That has been the resounding
3 minute just came out with
traders,
a
is that they've been
squeeze to the
burned once too
upside.
many times now. So until we
Hope it's
actually
not
see
true.
supply come offline, there's not going to be a big response in oil prices.
Yeah, to your point, oil lower, both Brent and WTI right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Pippa Stevens, even energy is up today. I mean, it's pretty broad, nice rally. Everybody's higher, including some of those defensive groups. Technology up 1.3%. So we continue to push up 0.8.
No, I'm way. I'm trying to find the 23006 and then also 22991. The 22991 is the one that's 200 from payout.
Power E-Trade's award-winning trading app makes trading easier.
Oh, the Evon.
With its customizable
I think
options
that's
chain,
dead. That I need
easy-to-use tools,
957.
to help sharpen your skills, you can stay on top of the market from wherever you
Yeah,
are.
2 and Q too.
From Morgan Stanley.
I think that's done. I think I could reset.
Custom scans help you find new trading opportunities, while an earnings tool helps you plan your trades and stay on
You're
top
right.
of the market.
If we go higher, I'll
Morgan
average down. Let me put it in first. I don't have that much buffer left. I only have like 1500. That many. Yeah. Yeah.
Should you trade options rather than stocks because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk? Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com.
2 minutes, man. Thank you. I'm not moving.
ServiceNow connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every
Yeah,
corner.
yeah.
Every corner.
You think so? Yeah.
Focus on people.
Yeah, because NVIDIA's more.
IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work with big stuff.
Yeah,
AI
log
helps
off
GM
since you made
solve
money
customer problems before their problems.
later.
So we all work better together.
My work here is done.
I got 1 hour left, so I need to get out.
Which way back?
For type 2 diabetes, once weekly Mounjaro could help.
What do you mean? Thank you looks terrible. Like, for me? Good for me? Okay.
And people lost up to 25 pounds.
He's coming on.
Take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant,
I
plan
think
to
they'll
be, or
post
taking
it on
birth
the
control pills before
CNBC,
scheduled
but we'll
procedures
see.
with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause
Yeah,
dehydration
come
and may
on.
worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes with Mounjaro.
Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens.
Yeah.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
For offline from those times the New York Stock Exchange. Big show today. Coming up, we'll be joined by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, jobs, trade, Chairman Powell, and the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, among the issues we will tackle in this interview. You do not want to miss.
Plus 6
Come
hours.
on,
and
drop
House
this.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries holding court on the House floor, speaking out against the president's massive tax and
See,
spending
15 minutes
bill,
still got
bringing the
room.
latest
I don't like
as we
that.
await a final vote on passage.
And one high-flying stock of late, Joby Aviation, now 80% in the past
That's
3
not good
months.
for me.
A company with a successful takeoff test in its air taxi in Dubai this week. We will be joined by the CEO this hour.
Right now, checking in on stocks building on record highs. As you can see, up nearly 1% for the Nasdaq, 8 days out of 9, it's been gaining the Nasdaq. The Dow's up 0.8, as is the S&P 500.
Really
Yields
gonna
have risen 2 today off the back of that jobs number 433 on the 10-year. The VIX
Order
down
submitted.
sharply earlier to a low not seen since Liberation Day, but just ticking up a little bit in the
Another celebration in the market. That has been, as David Kelly mentioned from JP Morgan, easy to please lately. We're getting some headlines here from the Atlanta Fed President, Raphael Bostic. Steve Leisman has those for us. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, Raphael Bostic saying a time of uncertainty is, quote, no time for significant shifts in monetary policy. He's the first Fed person to talk after the jobs report this morning. He says he still fully supports the wait-and-see approach to policy. Uncertainty, he says, persists in every area that central bankers care about. The U.S. economy, and this is where he gets a little hawkish here, could experience a long period of elevated inflation from tariffs because he says this could be delaying price increases from tariffs. So he thinks not months, but maybe over the course of a year. The price effect of tariffs will make it a year before fully played out. The risks of inflation expectations becoming unanchored, something he's concerned about. Absent the tariff uncertainty, he'd be comfortable with the inflation outlook the way it is. On the job market, his labor market remains broadly healthy, but signs do point to softening. The hiring pace has slowed and takes longer for job seekers to find work. Unemployment remains low, but he doesn't see any serious signs of labor market deterioration. Leaving it there, except to say you see some evidence, Sarah, that the momentum in the economy is slowing, noting that weaker consumer spending in May. Sarah?
Steve, I'll pick it up. Great to see you, by the way. I mean, obviously, the market expectation now for a July cut of right down low single digits. I mean, does that tally with your analysis on these numbers? The numbers this morning were good enough to make that highly unlikely?
I think that's right. I think you got a little bit for both sides in here. You know, the top line number is the top line number. There were 147,000 jobs created.
That's
but
bad,
you look
right?
below the surface and you find that a lot of it was
bad for the market, at
essentially
least.
the state and local education workers, which doesn't make a lot
not
of sense.
dropping, though.
Essentially, it's a seasonal adjustment problem. Almost every report, and I feel good about this, because I took a little grief this morning, Will, when I was at a somewhat more negative take than the crowd on this, was every report I think is noting this government hiring being such a big part of it. And look, if you go back, the government is usually 20% of hiring. It was 50% this time. And we'll see if that takes a step back. If the president wasn't firing on the federal level, well, here's what would happen. You'd have the 74,000 private sector jobs and add 10 or 20 on top of that. You'd be at 90 or 100. But you have to take off for the federal government hiring. So that's why people think this job market is a little bit softer than it appears from the headline.
Certainly the markets are happy with it today, up 0.8% on the S&P 500 at record high. Steve, thank you very much. Let's talk about what it all means for the markets now with the UBS CIO, Global Wealth Management CIO, Mark Heffley. Mark, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. So, I mean, if we only get the first rate cut in September and only get one or two this year, is that bearish for stocks or not?
We don't think it's bearish for stocks. I think there's been a lot of great news that has come out from, you know, a resolution on, let's say, the near-term price of oil, the one big beautiful bill. So we think the market, the U.S. market, probably ends around this level at the end of the year. But there is upside if we continue to see strength in these AI trends and the power and resources trend.
So talk us through the kind of optimism it sounds like you have around the one big beautiful bill. If that does pass later today, is that an
want to
incremental
die.
positive or is
Doesn't
it
want to
already
die.
priced in?
No, I think it's pretty much priced in. Obviously, very negative if it doesn't pass, because that would take a lot of expected stimulus out of the market. I think that the bill as it ended up took out some very strong negatives like this 899 provision, but it's mildly stimulative, perhaps over the near term, and the market may start to look through that at some point. But of course, the big one is tariffs, and I think the latest soundings are maybe July 9th is not such a large increase for tariffs as many people originally thought. We'll see about sectoral tariffs after that.
Why do you say that? Why do you think July 9th we won't see tariff increase?
Well, I think we'll see some increases, but for example, we're pricing in that we level out at about 15%. Maybe we're a little bit under that right now. I think certainly there's some tariffs priced in, but we have gotten a few deals, and maybe more of them are towards the 10% side than the 50% side.
Do you think the market is just okay with tariffs now? I mean, we really have climbed the wall of worry and rebounded so sharply from the Liberation Day lows. Now, what, 25% off the highs? So how do you think the market would take further higher tariff headlines? I mean, Vietnam was an interesting test case yesterday.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say for on the numbers that we're seeing on, say, the U.S. market, it's a mix of things. It's some positives, some negatives. Positives maybe on oil or geopolitical situation.
Order submitted.
Some negatives, but I'm here in Zurich, and the dollar is down 12% versus the Swiss franc. So foreign investors
Can't just
are
switch to NQ and try to get out like I did yesterday on NQ.
So that is also something we have to watch. I mean, our
Now the
investors
25K account is too
keep
low.
buying those dollars so they can invest in the U.S. when they're getting hammered on the currency side.
Mark, what happens to the bond market throughout the rest of this year? I mean, have you been impressed by the calmness in the U.S. Treasury market over the last month or two?
I like the volatility because we do think that eventually the inflation will subside, but because of the high levels of debt and things, we get these periods where the yields spike, and we've taken advantage of that by buying them and then selling again lower. So, but we do think by the end of the year we'll have a better handle on what's going on with the inflation, and we can still see some lower rates in the U.S.
In terms of the top sector pick, what
He has all-time high. NQ, I think it's going to hit all-time high now.
For the longer term, past
Order
the
filled.
6-month view, I would definitely say it's still
Order submitted.
stocks related to artificial intelligence and related to the power consumption. Obviously, we seem to hear more about that every day. But when we talk to our clients who run businesses,
Order
they're really
filled.
only at the start of this journey, and we do think there's more to go. And then I think when we look at
I can't hear you.
countries,
What?
we probably still prefer the U.S. and also emerging markets to, say, Europe, which had a tremendous run-up in the first half.
But would you tell your clients to take profits after, I said 25%, it's actually been a 29% run up from the lows in April.
Order
I
submitted.
mean, again, if you're trying to trade it over the short term, we
Order
probably
canceled.
say, hey, lighten up on the European side.
Order
first.
submitted.
That would be the first place we would lighten up.
Mark, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, Treasury Secretary Scott
Order
Bessent is with us.
submitted.
We will discuss President Trump's mega bill, the new trade framework with Vietnam, ongoing negotiations with the EU, and much more.
And the easing chip software
Order
curbs on
submitted.
China is one of the latest signs of a trade truce between the two countries. What are the details when Money Movers comes back?
An independent financial advisor, my promise to you is simple. As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go
Well,
well beyond
200 away to get the buffer on the other 25K.
and your life, where we can make the biggest difference.
At least I can get that payout.
is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial
That Fed speak didn't do anything. He didn't drop anything.
findyourindependentadvisor.com.
For plant-based healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
Nothing stands still. Not economics, not the market, and not
Still going.
Franklin Templeton.
Still
We've
going.
been navigating market ups and downs for over 75 years. Trusted by advisors and investors to deliver perspective and strategies for even the most volatile of markets. empowering advisors with solutions to build nimble portfolios for today and beyond. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Introducing
funny.
CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com.
He's talking again?
Now.
Which American states are driving business?
Oh, that's some Gambit.
And private. America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year?
The list revealed July 10th and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I'm doing so bad.
How would you live your life differently if you knew it was only a matter
Yeah,
of
I'm
time before you went
Stuck in a
completely
short,
dumb
like
and
deep
blind?
red. Yeah, short all-time high, and they keep going up
A
and
rare
up
condition
and up.
that's causing me to lose all of my vision and hearing at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm a fighter. I'm on to what I still have. But I can't do it alone.
Hopefully something bad.
Not a mosquito in sight. And as a hammock, I used to be a battleground of bug bites and mosquito karate. But now, since active pest control came, it's just peace. It's easy to get started, and Active treats the inside of your home at no additional
Bounce. We don't need a bounce. We need a dump. You're talking about what the hell you want to bounce? It's so high.
For $19.95. Offer ends August 31st. Call Active Pest Control.
Welcome back. The U.S. lifting chip software curbs on China. Christina Partsinevelos has the details with Cadence Design. Christina, popping almost to the top of the S&P. Yeah. One of the big
Nothing's gonna
today, and
dump
that's because
unless
the Trump
some kind of
administration
tweet
is showing
comes
an
out.
abrupt reversal of a 6-week chip design software export restriction to China, and it really, like you mentioned, sent shares of Cadence and Synopsys both up. Cadence up 5%, Synopsys almost 5%. In exchange,
Oh shit, I have 3 NQ now on that take profit. I didn't know the 70 hit. I'm dead.
Order canceled. Mizuho, though, on one hand right now,
So I need, so that one needs 22995. That bumps it up a little bit, but
Cadence and Synopsys that was at risk. The rumors, though, haven't
yeah.
known about for this reversal. Just
Order
I
submitted.
don't think, I think that counts toes.
for these
Yeah.
two names.
If we pump more, it's toes.
Restrictions on electric design
We got $1,000 buffer.
70% of China's chip design market.
Eval, so it's fine. I just gotta read it.
Tougher export controls on advanced AI processors.
Order bill.
Also face similar reversals as trade negotiations
Order bill.
progress.
Order
Cadence
submitted.
and Synopsys, AMD and NVIDIA don't produce EDA software, so it's called electronic design automation. So today's announcement doesn't directly impact them. NVIDIA's H20 AI chips designed specifically for the Chinese market to comply with prior export controls still remains restricted, as do other advanced AI processors. And we know Jensen Huang and other tech CEOs have been very
Order
vocal
canceled.
about the restrictions, wanting them to be reversed. Still, this swift policy flip reinforces President Trump's pattern of using tech restrictions as negotiating leverage rather than permanent policy tools, especially given how intertwined these supply chains are.
Order submitted.
Videos seeing maybe by chance if they happen to hear anything, they said no, but we know that they've been working, and there's been a lot of
Order
trouble
submitted.
to DSD over the last couple of months to try to reverse those export controls, specifically against
Order
AI
submitted.
accelerators and GPUs. Guys?
Is this a top area of concern for the Chinese, Christina, that's likely to then lead to significant agreements, significant progress on the rest of the trade deals? Is this something they're going to celebrate, or is it kind of a footnote?
They received a lot of this equipment. So the EDA software, China has been receiving it for quite
Order
some time. The
submitted.
ban was only put in place for 6 weeks. So is it a moment to cheer? Yes, because this software is so important to build more advanced chips from the likes of, let's say, Huawei. So I guess Huawei would be the one cheering, but overall, I don't know if it's necessarily a major win, given they still want access to the more
Yeah,
advanced
oh
chip
man, the
technology
3-minute
that was
oscillator's
coming
come back
from
up again.
NVIDIA as well as AMD. That is really an important part of this equation, but that could, as they're seeing the reversal from President Trump, it could change in the coming weeks or so, given this 90-day pause
I hope it
with all
dumps
the
like
tariffs.
towards the end of the day.
Further news that we should be expecting soon on this chip front. Well, I do think it signals that things have thawed a bit and that there's obviously been a negotiation here.
Order
China's going to
submitted.
speed up the licenses of the rare earth minerals, right? And in exchange, the U.S. is going to
Order
lift these
filled.
countermeasures, and one of them was
Order
export
filled.
controls on chip software.
Yeah, so wouldn't President Trump say this is a major win, right? Because China is moving ahead with
Order
rare earths, which
submitted.
is really not only important for chips, but so many electronics coming from the United States and necessary for that matter. So
Order
I'm sure
submitted.
this is considered a win. But on the administration's part, we don't want China to receive the most advanced technology, but you have the chip makers that say they're going to move forward regardless. So the United States may as well be part of that equation. It's still unsure
Order
how the Trump
canceled.
administration is going to take up that
Good.
stance. Are they going to agree with the chip makers and say they should, no matter what, just be part of the equation, drop those restrictions, or continue to really put
Order
I guess, a
submitted.
block on China moving ahead? But it seems like
Yeah,
they're doing
thumb
pretty well as
down,
always. Advanced chips are
242.
quite impressive, more advanced than the H20s from NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Christina, thank you
Order
both. Really
filled. Order filled.
interesting discussion.
No, it never hit the 27.
Order filled.
Still to come on the show, as well as that interview with Scott Besson, the CEO of air taxi company Joby will join us. That
Order
story's getting
submitted.
close this week as the company delivered its first air taxi in the UAE. Joby shareholder and ValueWorks founder Charles Lemonade
Order
spoke
submitted.
to us yesterday about the competition in the space, excuse me,
It's a
between
3-minute
Joby
one
and
that screws
Lucid.
up. I'm scared of that one.
Done a better job of getting the planes in production, or aircraft in production. And, you know,
Order
I think
canceled.
has been built with the U.S. stock market in mind. I think Joby has been built
Order
with
submitted.
the prospect of actually having a business.
The previous
yeah,
one we
go
had
down.
wood, I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me.
I don't know. I've been
I love
holding
the
this, dude.
indoor
2 hours.
I mean, to be honest, the Daxi made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Weird start with GLP-1 weight loss
No,
medication.
I need 27. Get out my
5%
TPT.
of
That's the only thing I
lipid
care
patients
about.
said
My
starting their
daily
weight loss journey
payouts.
was a simple, straightforward process. See the lowest prices available
Yeah.
with or without insurance.
It can be
for
done.
Wegovy, Zepbound, and more at GetLifeMD.com. Nearly 96% of patients would recommend the LifeMD program to other people who want to lose weight. Get your free insurance benefits check in minutes right now at GetLifeMD.com.
Stock investors,
Let me check
learning to
15
use
minutes.
options could improve your returns when
Yeah,
stocks
15 minutes
rise
near
and
the
turn
top.
losing
Not yet,
stocks into
though.
winning trades. Options
I don't think I have
are
enough
used up to
time.
68 million times a day, proving that for many of today's savviest investors, trading
Yeah.
stocks alone, it's not an option. Our new book can show you how to become a
2
successful
hours.
options trader. And today we're giving away copies for free.
It'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
It's just like, wow, kind of opened up a whole new avenue of investment.
Yeah,
for me.
less than 2 hours.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me. I will not go out and buy
Not
shares
like
anymore.
that,
I just
dude.
buy options.
I would say if you were considering learning from John and Pete for options, to know
Look at that.
you're learning
Yeah,
from guys
in the chat. That
45
is
plus
nasty. The 4,000, negative
recommend
4,000.
everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy now. It's not an option.com. It's not an option.com.
Yeah, remember? I bought the other one.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger
Yeah,
space,
I'm
brought
getting
on another
worried.
employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com. Nearly home. We've done it.
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Do y'all recycle? Realtor.com.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded
try to
vitamins
buy
and probiotic
Dead
blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
That couple of the idle cash account's a no-brainer.
That's
I
2
know
red
my
ones.
money's worth
Yeah,
of
those are
hard for
funded.
me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Rick, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moment. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
I don't think it's gonna go under 23,000.
Become a smarter investor and save when you bundle CNBC Pro and Jim Cramer's Investing Club.
CNBC Pro is designed to help you figure out what to do next. The insights that you need, the tools that you want to make the best decisions.
It wants to.
Order Bill.
We teach you the right way to develop your own investment strategy.
Order
Free
submitted.
investing tools, one special price. Go to cnbc.com/access now. Terms and restrictions apply.
Stocks are going strong here.
Order Bill.
Morning continue to build higher. Up 0.8% on the S&P. It's a broad rally. Every sector is
Order
higher. We're
submitted.
actually looking at our best daily gain in about a week and another weekly gain. It is technology that's on top. And then you've got the usual suspects, Microsoft, Nvidia, Broadcom, Amazon, Apple, fueling us. But the financials are having a really strong day, up
I'm gonna end the stream.
Utilities are up, consumer discretionary. The jobs report on the headline number, 4.1% unemployment, 157,000